Hey guys, going live. We have a tornado warning in down here in South Carolina. Things look like they're ramping up a little bit, so I figured I'd go live. I'm gonna today. I am listening to Evan Freiberger, another great streamer. If anybody's not seen him before, this is Evan Freiberger. I do have him linked in our description. We did get an update, and this storm, it's doing. It's got a nasty inflow notch, and we actually have a pretty nasty looking rotation inside this storm. I mean, you can see what this thing's doing. It's trying to do something in here, and it is definitely tornado warning for a reason. You see, we got our little hook right in here by down there by St. Matthews. Nice inflow notch, and we got a good chunk of rotation right here coming down. So, I mean, this thing's got some potential to possibly drop a tornado here.
Looking like just some rain coming towards you right now. There's a stronger storm to your north, which is probably why you're asking.
So far, I haven't seen nothing too crazy today, but yeah, this one's looking a little risky here. Actually, let me make sure I have chat. I haven't popped out chat. Let me get chat real quick if anybody pops in. Astronomy Kid, what's going on, bro?
Pretty weak at the moment, but wouldn't rule out these guys trying to rotate. You know, this guy's kind of trying to rotate.
Got some troublemakers today.
Right now near Wentworth.
They actually upgraded our tornado threat for the day.
The main thing I'd say is probably rain.
I thought we weren't going to have any bad weather, but this is our new tornado threat for today. East Coast has a 5% chance of tornadoes here in the red, so, and we're just down here in the green in South Carolina, so yeah, we can actually have a little bit of action today. So, and it's about that time, around 4 o'clock usually when things start to ramp up, and you know we're on Eastern time over here. We're not in the Great Plains no more, so. Second here.
Eventually into Summerton, Santee, Vance, Manning, Alcu, Sumter, and then we have our tornado warning here.
Yep, right here. I'm looking at it. I just have a 3D view of it. Look at this 3D view of this storm. I mean, this thing's it's doing it. Look at this rotation coming down right here. I mean, this thing's really trying. We might see a tornado on this. I mean, you can see it's right here by that inflow notch by St. Matthews going in there. Our rotation's right in there. Got the inflow coming in here, and it's basically spinning this around, and that's our rotation. This one is looking a little bit concerning. It's more than just maybe like a brief spin up. Like this could actually produce a tornado and drop it for a while. It's not just like a little brief spin up. So I want to keep an eye. This is literally the reason why I turned on the stream, was because of this storm, because it does look a little concerning. Let me turn down the velocities a little bit. We got Evan Freiberger here today too. He's basically he's watching some road cams on this thing right now. I haven't opened up the road cams yet, but I need to. Probably get to that at some point. Yeah, I turned the velocities up. I mean, you can clearly see where this thing's at, right? Inflow notch is coming around right in here, and then here's our rotation dropping down. Well worth the warning, because this thing looks extremely threatening at this point. I mean, the area that it's in, I mean, we probably see max, probably like an EF0, EF1, but this could be just more than like a 30-second tornado if this thing drops. You know, we might see this on the ground for a little bit if it does produce. So it's getting there. I mean, it's really getting there. I mean, we're talking, this rotation is very pronounced from about 10,000 feet all the way up to 40,000 feet. So yeah, if you're in South Carolina in this tornado warning, you definitely need to take cover. Get inside a house, away from windows, away from campers, or you don't want to be in a camper or a mobile home. You want to go inside of a house somewhere. It's not a life-threatening situation, but if this does drop a tornado, it could cause a lot of damage. And it's life threatening if you're outside and, standing right next to it. But as long as you're inside a house away from windows in the innermost room, you should be good.
Members only jacket? No.
Burn flow notch right here.
We don't do any merch.
I'll have to check the 3D scan here again in a minute to see if it gets any worse in like a couple minutes.
Thunderstorm warning here. Still warned for 70 mile-per-hour winds.
Really haven't checked a whole lot of the other storms yet. I was watching Evan Freiberger and Evan Freiberger again. Let me pop him on here. And I seen this tornado warning, and I'm like, wow, yeah, this thing is actually got some serious structure. So we need to go live. And I mean, this is a populated area too. I mean, let me. He's got some street cameras right there already. Gotta take my medicine too, really quick. How you doing, Lewis? Right here. That funnel you see in the 3D view, it's literally right on top of Lone Star. So the funnel is forming on top of Lone Star right now, and it is heading towards Pinewood. Moving northeast towards Lone Star. It may be getting weaker. We're going to check again here in a little bit. Yeah, say we're out in the East Coast right now, so generally around 4 o'clock is when stuff starts to ramp up. I mean, it can happen earlier, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoons when things start to ramp up, and that's what time it is here on the East Coast. So. This thing looks like a troublemaker to me. Let me actually see where exactly we are. Let's pull up Pinewood in South Carolina. Looking at the wind stream too. Kind of crazy right now. Yeah, we're live because we have a tornado warning right on top of Lone Star, and it actually looks like it's getting stronger. So I'll do another 3D view of this thing here in a minute. But our latest 3D view is looking pretty scary. Oh yeah, I wanted to pull up Google Maps for Pinewood because it's heading your direction. Pinewood, you need to prepare. We could have a tornado hitting the ground in your area in Pinewood, South Carolina. I don't know if it's on the ground at the moment, but it looks like it could drop at any moment. We have a rotation going from 10 to 40,000 feet inside the storm. So that 3D scan that we just seen was like right on top of Lone Star. It's moving, northeast towards Pinewood. Looks like we have a big area of park and trees that don't need to, like a Santee Cooper Reservation. I think it's on top of that right now. That's still maintaining its strength, so let's try another 3D view, see if we got an update on this yet. And it's let's lower the velocities here, see if it's still It looks like our latest 2 scans, it disconnected itself from the main part of the storm. Let me zoom out a little bit. I gotta turn down the velocities too a little bit.
Update on our tornado warning here in South Carolina. Still broad circulation on this thing. Still waiting on the storm to get close enough to our camera, but we will be able to intercept those strongest winds at the very least. This is our
I gotta do a bigger view.
in the area. I'm gonna put some more water in my cup real quick.
But yeah, about a couple minutes ago, we had a really tight rotation going anywhere from up to about 40,000 feet down to 10,000 feet. But looks like it kind of it's still strong. It's showing on the end rod, but let me go forward and we can adjust our velocities right here. Could be recycling.
Doing it on purpose.
Still kind of trying up in there.
I'll complain about that.
It's just not as strong as it was back on top of Lone Star, but you can still see where the rotation is coming down through.
Getting concerned. Is that this storm? Is it this one back up here again?
Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as prepared to drop one as it did earlier.
What about this one? Where's Manning? Maybe it's a smaller city. Manning, South Carolina. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're talking about this storm.
Yeah, it'd be forming right down in there if it did.
Strong rotation yet, but definitely some really strong winds on the southern side. The circulation is still a little bit on the weaker side here east of Lone Star, but I would say certainly enough to be sheltered in place. As
It looked much worse about 5 minutes ago. So it's still showing pretty good broad rotations though on here. So definitely going to keep an eye on it.
is Georgia going to get anything? You guys are getting rain. You guys have been in a severe thunderstorm watch all day and have gotten a couple of severe.
Yeah, I
warnings, but
think it's recycling right now or whatever it's doing. It's still trying to put itself together. We're going to keep a close eye on this one.
like we were kind of expecting now.
So when I first went live, this thing looked extremely concerning. So I'm like, yep, I'm going live. This could be something bad happening, but it looks like it's
almost all the way across the board today. I mean, we were supposed to have
still has the big inflow here, and
tornadoes by this point, but
just gonna keep an eye on it. I mean, this thing's cranking regardless. Like I heard, we have like 70-mile-an-hour winds on this thing too.
into the sheer environment right now. So a lot needs to change for these guys to be able to produce.
Another tornado warning.
New tornado watch.
I haven't looked around anywhere else yet. By the way, I was literally I was eating lunch and I was watching Evan Freiberger right here, and I seen this tornado warning, and I went on and looked at the 3D scan out, and I was like, oh my goodness, I better go live. Luckily, it's pushing out more in front of Lone Star. I think it's over top of
Let me see what that tornado watch is.
I think it's going to go south of Pinewood. I think it's going more. It's more out here, right here in the reservoir area right now. The rotation.
Yeah, this is over
Dante Cooper Reservation. It's like a bunch of trees and like a lake and pond here and stuff.
Fredericksburg, Richmond, Virginia Beach. There in
Looks like it's heading more towards Rimini and Trey's Camp area. Like I said, this is not a confirmed tornado. It's just got a pretty good rotation on it here.
Atlantic City, parts going up into central New Jersey, Philadelphia, and
We'll keep taking looks at the insides of this storm here.
isolated hail of up to ping pong ball sized possible, and scattered gusts of up to 65 miles per hour possible.
So there's their inflow notch right in there, so it'd be up in here somewhere if anything's happening.
Wish these roads.
You do a bigger cutout. I cut it off.
Mute the desktop audio again.
I don't know why this. I gotta go. I just gotta go back behind the storm. I guess.
Some stupid YouTube thing that
Now I got the whole storm.
that you can't turn off.
I mean, it's still rotating. I mean, it's still big and broad, and it's still connecting from 40,000 feet all the way down to 10,000 feet. It's just not nearly as condensed and tight as it was 5 minutes ago. So this thing's still a threat. We got to keep an eye on it. You turn up the velocities again. See how the velocity look when we turn it up. Most of its rotations are in the lower velocities at the moment. See how far away we are from the radar site. Okay, so we're in Columbia. It's really not that far. It's pretty close to radar site, so maybe I could take a look at it. I can turn up the angles on it and check the rotation higher up in the sky. Clearly see it right here. It's a little bit stronger in the upper levels. It's got a lot stronger velocities in the higher levels. Basically just tilting the radar up and down in the sky is what I'm doing. So we can see what it looks like higher up in the atmosphere. But yeah, by default right here, we're basically looking at the scan closest to the ground here. Lexington, South Carolina. I'm not sure where that is. Let me look. Nobody's in danger right now. I know we have some severe thunderstorms coming through, but there's no tornadoes on the ground at the moment. Let me pull up Lexington. Right now, we just have this one rotating storm here in. Okay, see, this storm I think already passed you. Yeah. So you're up here. You're perfectly fine. This storm's southeast of you right now, the one that's rotating. Yeah, you're good in Lexington, South Carolina right now. You don't even have any more rain coming for a while. But we're just watching this one out here by Summertown. They just looks like they added a new tornado warning on it. I mean, this thing it's got velocities, right? Let me grab my national weather radar map. I can check too. Looks like there's a ton of rain coming to New York. Anybody that's just hopping in, let me pull our tornado threat for today because it got upgraded. All right, because I didn't think we were gonna have to stream it all today because we had a really small threat, but they actually upgraded the threat. We do have a 2% in the green and a 5% in the red now, so we might see even stronger rotations up here in this red area today. Basically, in parts of North Carolina, a lot of Virginia, and all these little areas up in here, New Jersey, New York, Washington D.C. They're all in this, so we got a lot of people in this 5% today, to be honest. So we're gonna keep a really close eye on this one. I'll probably be staying live most of the rest of the day just because of like how many huge cities we have in this 5% area. I mean, nothing may happen. We may not see any tornadoes at all today, but fact they did upgrade it. Just get prepared because I mean, just need to be prepared, be weather aware because there's a higher possibility in this 5% area to possibly see a tornado in these areas. Last night, yeah, we only had a 2% chance in a small area in North Carolina and I think South Carolina last night, but it got upgraded. Yeah, actually, let me go back to the big radar and see what's all going on. Okay, Evan Freiberger has a street cam somewhere in sure where this is. I-9. Oh, that's South Carolina. That's I-95. Really not too much in our red area yet today. I mean, we have a couple storms up here, like north of Richmond. I'm probably going to get a radar up there watching those, seeing what they're going to try to do. I don't know if they're rotating at all. I haven't looked at any of these other storms yet. I just literally went live because of this one southeast of Columbia was looking pretty scary. Yeah, this thing doesn't look like it's weakening. I mean, we still have some pretty high velocities on the end right here. I mean, it's still got our inflow notch. It's, just looks like it hasn't made it down to the ground yet. I'm gonna tilting the radar up again so we can see the rotation higher in the sky. Like we have a really tight gate shear up here at 4 degrees, so are they hitting you guys with amber alerts right now on this thing? I know they were doing amber alerts on Freddy last night for that just tornado warning storm. Let's go ahead and 3D scan this thing again. Kind of where our rotation is right in here. Kind of hard to see because we got a lot of stuff going on, but there's our inflow notch right here. Cut out a really big area. We'll have some rotation up in here. I mean, it's still strong. We are in South Carolina, KW. We are southeast of Columbia, South Carolina. We do have a tornado warning here. We have a storm with a pretty good sized hook on it with a lot of rotation in the upper levels, but doesn't look nearly as scary as it did a couple minutes ago, but it's still maintaining its strength, it seems. I'd say definitely still warrants the tornado warning, but it's nothing to be nothing to be worried about at the moment. I think let's see where we're at now. So we're south of Summerton now. Let me pull that back up on Google Maps. Lone Star. Summerton should be somewhere right in here. Lone Star's right here. Here's Summerton. So it's a pretty big area. But yeah, our rotation's on top of Summerton now. I mean, I'm sure they're getting at least some pretty nasty winds out here. Ooh, we got I-95. We can get a street cam out here. Let me get on the street cam at I-95 by Summerton. You can actually see like how big these winds are coming from the storm too as well. South Carolina highway cams. I-95 right here, I believe.
Those
Yeah.
winds just knocked out all these cameras.
Oh wow, they're knocking out all these cameras, these winds. So we're getting some really bad winds here, I guess. Here's Summerton.
Dang. Yeah, we must have had a pretty decent power outage over here in
Oh wow, so
Lonear
the winds are really cranking here regardless. So
Summerton. These ones further up to the north are
okay, so I can connect to this one.
these ones might have gone down too. Oh, that one's still working.
249 on
12 power
I-95.
points inside of this storm. That's definitely enough. We're looking
All
at
those
winds
are
on the
down.
northern side of this severe thunderstorm warning.
We got anybody in South Carolina in this area near Summerton?
Mock's Corner. They're 60-mile-per-hour winds, so they did downgrade at least the southern side of this. But pretty much right in this area, I still believe that there's 70-mile-per-hour winds in this storm. That what we saw on that camera definitely still is
So
pushing
this
for that.
this one is just a little further north right here.
Rotation on radar, it's right in here, and as you can see, typically in this kind of
Keep it on
scenario,
this one, I guess. See if the
small
winds are.
winds
Oh
moving
yeah.
through.
Oh my goodness, it's cranking down
So
there.
expect to see yellows in the southern
Yeah,
side,
this is even further north.
moving away, and then expect to see some gray.
Camera's like right up here somewhere on I-95,
Red north of that
but
southern
it's
side.
cranking up here. But the tornadic rotation's like right here.
Mainly just damaging winds with the storm at this time, but there is, you can see those reds are technically there. I gotta refresh.
We might lose this camera if the winds get any worse
See
there.
those winds are technically there on the northern side near Davis Station, but relative to the storm, we probably have some pretty broad circulation here. Nothing super
Like multiple
significant
areas of
on the
rotation
storm
now.
yet. Definitely still worth keeping an
A
eye
little
on.
bit of rotation up here too by New Zion
Tiny
now.
little areas of surging wind can sometimes cause things to get a little bit spicy, even though the radar isn't really picking up on it. So there could be like still a small chance of a brief NATO that just really won't show up too well.
Like some pretty tight rotation there.
Man, these
The
storms
higher levels.
are a little bit on the weak side. And it is 4 o'clock, but it was supposed to be by 3 p.m. that we were seeing those storms at least reach maturity.
We're looking at South Carolina, Caleb. We had an upgraded well, they upgraded our weather today. We basically have a higher chance of tornadoes. Let me go ahead and pull it up here. We got a 2% chance of tornadoes in the green area, and we have a 5% chance in red. And that's basically why I went. Well, I went live because we had a tornado warning storm here in South Carolina that was looking a little scary. And yep, this. So we have an upgraded risk of tornadoes today. So that is why I went live today. So yeah, it's even higher chance up here in the red, a 5% chance. Yeah, right now we are looking at South Carolina. Let me see if this cam is still on. This cam's still running. That's good. Looks windy, but not too bad up there.
NATO watch, Greensboro. Yeah, you guys are in a NATO watch up there. There are some storms nearby that we're keeping an eye on near Greensboro.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on in Texas right now.
Kind of where you are where these are right now.
Let me break out the old
Actually, try to rotate. We'll see.
National Weather Radar. This is basically where we have storms at right now. We got tons of rain up here, tons and tons of rain. And we got our stronger storms that are down here in North Carolina, South Carolina, stretched out to Georgia pretty much. Florida's got a couple rain showers. Bunch of rain, southern Louisiana. Looks like there's rain coming into Texas though. Mexico's sending the storms over, it seems. Lots of rain in New Mexico and Colorado. Yeah, we got tons of, like almost Pennsylvania, the entire state's completely covered in rainstorms right now. And they're working their way into New York. Yeah, up here's where we got to really watch for severe weather today. When these storms move into here, I do need to put a radar up here. I'm gonna connect to Richmond actually on my other radar. That cam is still down, so I guess that the power got knocked out from these cams. I didn't even check the power outages yet. See if this thing's still rotating much at all in the 3D view. It still has the tornado warning on it, but
sure that grass is not a tree.
Doesn't look as bad as it was.
Hey, really? That can't be right.
Still got that strong inflow notch though. That's probably this is what's knocking out all the power right here.
That's true.
Hey EM, how you doing?
There is 0.00001 milligrams.
We just had a scary looking storm here in South Carolina a little bit ago. I thought it was gonna drop a pretty long-lived tornado. It was looking really scary there for a minute, but it looks like it's kind of broadened out pretty good. Thankfully, because it's headed into some very populated areas.
I did not know that.
Let me move some. I want to move a radar up. I only have 2 radars open right now, but let me get
You should be 18 or older.
got this one up in Virginia because we need to watch these storms heading up into the Northeast here. These are all severe ones too.
That has nicotine in it, apparently. Near Brokenburg, Virginia. Let me see.
A little bit of rotation here near. Is that Pamplin? Nothing too crazy. Looks like we got some hail in there too.
Virginia. We check that out.
I'm not sure what's the best rating. I don't think I've ever seen a 5% up here
Could be a little
in New Jersey and Rhode Island and all that before. I think it's the first time I've seen a 5% up here.
but something to kind of keep up.
There's Washington, D.C.'s right here. We're going to actually have 5% chance for tornadoes in Washington, D.C. today. That's nuts. How you doing, Misty? This is GR2 analyst. Hey,
Do not recommend. Michael.
astronomy kid. The app you're wondering about, it's called Weatherwise, I think. I think Weatherwise is the free one. My radar has a free trial. The GR2 analyst. It's in the description. You got rainstorms in Washington already.
It wasn't updated on my end or on the Weather Watch app because it's not. This is where
We got rotations in all these storms already heading to Washington. Got some rotations here. Got some rotations here. Nothing looking too crazy yet, but like every single one of these storms are rotating. See how big they are. Heading right towards our capital. Not very big, but
severe watch is showing now. Tornado watch still as of
today we're listening to this is
right now to get those
Evan Freiberger.
watches in.
So if you got me, you got Max Velocity, you got Ryan Hall, you got Evan Freiberger and NW116. You will never go without weather coverage if you got all 5 of us bookmarked. Promise you, one of 5 of us will always be streaming.
60 mile per hour wind, so that they are dropping the winds down.
Yeah, this is Evan Freiberger. I haven't seen him that much lately. I was on vacation or busy or something, but
Yeah. Oh yeah, it definitely has low nicotine inside of it, but I just never associated tomatoes having nicotine.
turn him up a little bit so you can hear him.
That's like a brand new fact that my brain.
Yeah, this is Evan Freiberger here. We go back down to our tornado warning.
Smoking, I don't know if it's gonna be an issue, but don't eat tomatoes. Maybe I have no idea. Or maybe eat
Still
tomatoes?
there. It's pretty broad. They might let this tornado warning go.
This one article is part of an article that says 9 foods you did not know contain nicotine. Eggplants?
Eggplants have nicotine. Got a bit of rotation up here by New Zion too. In Atlanta.
Green peppers?
Same thing down here. All these storms are rotating right now. Like every single one of these storms are rotating. So
Pea?
like nothing's a huge threat, but
Nut.
pretty much all the storms in these areas
Is
are
it
going to
dried
rotate
fruit?
today just because of
Particular tree that
the
grows
atmosphere
in a
we have
hard
right
shell.
now.
Oh. Spinach? And cabbage? Oh, it's like
GR3, GR2 is
all
the
the,
same
it's
thing.
like all the vegetables.
It's like GR2 version 3 or something
All
like that.
right, latest scan here. There's your area of rotation. I mean, there still is some rotation here. They're probably considering whether or not they want to extend it or not. I
Time for
wouldn't be overly
another
surprised with that
3D
extension.
scan.
Spinach babe.
Of course, it's like
He's
cut
turned
off again.
soprano. That's my surprised voice. When I learn a fact that I wasn't expecting, usually
Tap's giving
my
me
voice
problems
gets
today.
a little bit high.
Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as bad.
PA storm trackers. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh, look at that. They have a storm in Farmville, Virginia.
Looks like it's lost most of its
Look at that.
rotation in the upper levels.
We actually just stayed right outside of Fort
Let me tilt the radar up again on the velocities. They're probably gonna let this tornado warning go at this point.
Who is he chasing with?
Oh, there you
See it a little better here at 0.9 degrees.
Before this gets here, you have a good day. Thank you.
Oh, that was a random person.
Like extremely broad in the upper levels now.
That was not his mama that was talking.
Washington.
Yeah, they're probably gonna let this tornado warning go.
Yeah.
So the gentleman we were talking to, guys, is a Virginia State Trooper Sergeant.
I guess it's time to go hunting for some new storms that are rotating.
Sergeant.
Plow back in there.
How's everybody doing today?
What's the rotation looking like?
It's still broad.
Yeah. It's over.
What's everybody up to?
So for reference, they are here in Farmville looking at this storm in Virginia, which it does have a little broad circulation there. And that's probably what we're looking at
Virginia.
on their stream there.
That's North Carolina.
Little update on this storm. Yeah, they're probably going to allow that to expire. That broadened out a lot on that latest scan. But let's come back over here. This is the first time we've been able to look at a storm, so.
I don't know.
This one's rotating pretty
And
good.
this one actually has broad circulation. This is the one near Farmville.
This one, Farmville. Farmville, Virginia. Got anybody from Virginia in chat?
What's going on there?
Virginians. We say it, Virginians.
Yeah, Philadelphia is not going to be until later tonight.
My grandpa
They're
actually
still monitoring those storms. They're
is
a little
from
bit weak
Virginia.
right now. They
Well,
haven't really
he
gotten
passed
their act
away many,
together.
many years ago. But
If they can,
this-
there will definitely
my
be a
family, I had
tornado threat
family
up
up
there
from
that needs to be
Virginia.
monitored.
I'm sorry.
Priory Creek Lake.
Yeah, these storms are all rotating right here. Every single one of them. I mean, you can see how we have like reds and greens here
Speaking
on
of,
the
we just got
radar.
our first
All these
severe
storms are
thunderstorm warning
rotating.
back up here near Harrisonburg, Virginia.
Whereas the further north we go, we
It's gonna
don't
be for 60
these
mile per
rain
hour
showers,
winds
and we're
moving
not
up to the
really
east,
seeing
and
any
these are the
rotation
storms
up
that
here
would
in
be
these rain
tornadic
showers.
for areas like Washington.
But yeah, all these storms down here, they're all
Maryland,
rotating.
Philadelphia,
Got reds
near
and whites.
Lancaster, but you guys are under a tornado watch up there.
You actually got a little bit of
but,
a something forming up here
weather-wise
near
is
Stonehill,
currently
Snow Hill. Might keep an eye on that here in the future.
working on the warning.
You're in Bowling Green, Virginia.
The watch. I don't know.
How's the weather
There's
looking up
definitely a
there
watch there
right now? Anything going on?
There's seems to be some sort of watch criteria that
Yeah, sure thing,
otherwise
buddy.
does not have programmed in. So we must have gotten some weird watch. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued down here for Fredericksburg and spots of Lavania Courthouse.
We do have some severe warnings on these storms up here already. I'm going to see what would be our best radar to
Anything
connect
for Yorkville,
to.
Illinois,
KFCX
looks
probably.
creepy outside. I think
We have a lot of severe
for
warnings on these storms
Illinois.
here.
Yeah, so the creepiness you are seeing is smoke.
Something like this, though, where
in
we have a big
Illinois.
line of storms like this, it's
There
like
are
I highly
absolutely
doubt we'll see a tornado
gargantuan
on something like
fires
this. At
happening
worst
over
case
here
scenario, you might
in
see like a brief
Canada.
spin up one, you know,
And
that
that smoke is
after
getting
just
being
like 30
brought
seconds, that
down
would
into the
be
United
equally
States
close
by
to
this
like
little
100-mile-an-hour
shortwave
gust of wind.
trough.
But most
And
likely,
yeah,
yeah, we're probably going to want to
it
watch these
should be pretty close to
any of these
sunset
isolated
time, or
supercells that
by the
form are
time
the ones we
sunset
want to watch today.
time comes, it's going to
Keep
look
a
even
close eye
crazier
on.
out there.
Yeah,
But
it sure is
today,
a weird
Canada
severe
is
box.
on fire big time.
I'm assuming we have
This
some really
storm,
bad
or
winds in
this
this storm.
fire
Let
in
me actually
Ontario
turn
is
on
getting
some
even
more of the
stronger.
wings.
We also have a fire temperature we can look
Oh,
at.
they're on. We got them on.
Oh
Wait,
my
here we
gosh.
go. Okay, we got some
Yeah,
reports
every
down
single one
here.
of these red dots is a fire. Look at that.
See what this says here.
Yeah, a bunch in Alberta. Even
Tree
some all
down
the
at
way up
Bateman
here
Bridge Road,
too,
Bedford, Virginia.
in the Northwest Territories.
One
Cool. There's a
southeast
couple of fires
forest.
in Ontario, actually.
So
Yeah,
this
the
storm
fires are going
obviously has
crazy.
some pretty good winds in it.
It
I mean,
is
it's knocking
super
down
concerning.
trees, so we got some strong
But
winds.
apparently, we can't talk about why it's concerning, because
Yeah, we do. We got
apparently
winds.
that limits your monetization
Right here, I
on
just set it
YouTube,
to
which I do not get.
velocities. We got
Look at
some
this
orange
pyrocumulus
here. We're
cloud.
possibly seeing 50, 60
Wow.
mile an hour winds at the front of these storms.
That's probably the most intense fire over there near in Saskatchewan.
Get some pretty
These
good winds.
fires
It's
are
actually, I haven't
big
checked
as
the power
well.
outages yet today. Let's pull that up.
It's stupid, man. I hate having my speech limited. It makes me want to leave YouTube, like big time.
Power outages US. Let's see
So
what's
these
happening
are
out
the
here.
problems in which the issue has been. There was a national comms issue that has
We
been
had some
resolved.
crazy storms in Texas last night.
It'll play on radio once
We
transmitted
had
by
a
the
storm
SPC.
that was
The watch
so
text
big
product
and it
has
sucked
been
up
sent
so much dust.
here.
It looked like an orange mothership.
So it looks like those tornado watches haven't been populating because there's a national comms issue.
Yeah, it looks like we lost about 800 houses of power out in Calhoun County. This was down here by that tornado warning storm here, right along I-95, I believe.
To expire.
600 households in Orangeburg, 2,175 households in Lexington, another 3,000 in Aiken County, and 950. So we lost quite a bit of power from this tornado warning storm so far.
To severe thunderstorm warnings.
But we have this one up here in Virginia.
Our
yeah, looks like it's doing some stuff too.
I mean, if any storms are going to try to do it out over here,
1,600 households in Franklin County, 1,000 in Bedford, another 700 in Campbell County.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's about where this storm's at. You're just passed through. Yeah, so this is where that storm just passed through. So this thing's got some pretty good winds on it. If it's taking out, you know, thousands of households of power, this thing's got some pretty good winds on it for sure in areas.
The storm also has 60-mile-per-hour winds on it as
well.
We
have one severe destructive warning. Which one is that on? I want to see which one's severe destructive. Oh, it's in South Carolina, but I don't see it flash.
Harrisonburg, not yet. No.
Okay, yeah. So that the one that just had the tornado warning still has a severe destructive on it.
Right now, but eventually some could develop.
So regardless of that thing not producing a tornado, it's still. I mean, a lot of those rotations are coming close down the ground and causing a lot of wind damage there.
I don't know, Lynx. I'd have
to.
We
did have some power outages down there in South Carolina.
They might flag it and review it just to make sure you're not spewing misinformation. I don't know how that works.
Let's take a look at these guys here. I'm taking a look at a 3D view of these storms heading up here through Virginia.
Hi, Jackson.
They're not too big. They don't look like Texas storms, but they're flying through here pretty fast.
Maybe a tornado in northwest Philadelphia. There is a tornado threat up there. You guys are in a tornado watch. Something developing back in there.
It's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit here, but ooh, that was nice.
Big old lightning bolt.
Take this radar back down to South Carolina real quick. I want to keep an eye on this storm because it does have a severe destructive warning on it. Got a new severe thunderstorm watch.
Oh, here come the severe thunderstorm watch spam again. I wonder if they put it further down to the south. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here.
This storm, I mean, this storm got some juice in it for sure. I mean, it's
they're in Florida.
I think it's strong.
we're keeping a close eye on that storm as we won't get many opportunities to see these storms today, to be honest.
It's a lot bigger. You
Not
can
a
kind
whole
of see
lot
the
of storm
yellows in the
chasers out
background.
there,
That's
and there's
basically
really
our severe
just
parts of it. But
PA
I mean, the
storm
storms
trackers, and they're down
a lot
here
bigger
on
than that.
this
You know,
map,
if I light up all the
near
clouds, you can see
Virginia.
how big these storms are. I mean, they're not
And
small.
this storm still has a decent little southerly gust front here.
I just like generally for
Right
tornado
in there,
watching,
that's
I
where we're
usually cut
watching
out a
for
lot of
some
the greens and the
rotation.
blues, the lighter
And
weather.
the storm apparently has had a wall cloud on it at times. Oh, turn this off. Bring that back up.
Because our tornadoes are almost always inside of the yellow area, inside the storm.
Hit the cells in North Carolina, sure.
I've seen a couple crazy
unfortunately,
storms in
our
like
main radar that's close to
Tennessee
the
and
cells in
Alabama
North
before that
Carolina
were just rain showers that were producing tornadoes.
is
That's
down
a very
below
rare
this one
occasion, but I
still.
have seen it before a couple years ago.
And yeah, I mean they're definitely trying to mature out over here near North.
Yeah, let's
Snow
actually
Hill and
let's go
Kingston.
back to the I-95 cam.
These ones will have a decent amount of wind shear with them if they can tap into it. The cells kind of lagging behind. Like this rain back here is not going to do much. Maybe over here near Lumberton, have to watch these guys. I mean, there is some broad shear out of here.
That one's still
across a
out.
large
We lost
portion of
power in a lot
South
of these
Carolina,
streams.
going into North Carolina, but
That
the
one went
shear
out too.
environment it's there. That's pretty much the best. The spin environment.
It's like the
is there
storms
for
already made it
storms
through
to
these
be able to
areas.
produce, briefer tornadoes down there in North Carolina. But as of right now, we're not seeing any evidence yet of that getting started. Okay, let's watch this storm while we still can. The radar down in the bottom left for you guys.
We may not have any cameras. I think the storm's passed all these already.
It's getting.
You won't have any more cameras till the
It's getting.
coast. Yeah, see, the storms already went past Manning. That's where we have one of the cameras at.
It depends on what this line of storms does back over here. For like Washington, these are going to be the main.
So our whole line of storms is like basically our big blast of winds down in
To
here.
keep an eye on the storms that are near Harrisburg.
I'll
to
keep
determine
this one
that. As of
turned
right
on
now,
until it
they
gets up
haven't really
there,
gotten,
and I can leave it over on the side.
tapped
Once it
into
gets
that
there,
shear
we can see the
environment,
winds
but
coming into this
they are
area.
becoming more mature as time moves on, so they could eventually become a tornado threat. Imagine you.
No, this isn't Ryan Hall. This is Evan Freiberger.
Because last time that went crazy.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not technically impossible.
Is Ryan Hall even online right now? I wanted to listen to Evan Freiberger for a while today because I try to get a little bit. I try to get every streamer in on the action whenever I'm streaming to YouTube Shorts because I want to kind of trying to spread all the news broadcasters out evenly. Like I want everybody to know who Ryan Hall is. Everybody know who Max Velocity is. Evan Freiberger, and then there's another one called NW116. He streams too sometimes, and I stream. So if you got all five of us, you don't ever have to worry about going with weather coverage. There'll always be somebody online between all five of us.
Just to the left of that light pole, there is a little lowering still down in there.
Yeah, he actually worked for Ryan Hall before.
Farmerville.
He worked for Ryan Hall. I don't know how long ago.
That's what we're looking at right now.
Actually, Ryan Hall's been streaming a bit more lately. Like he's been coming on when there's no tornado warnings, and he'll have he has a bot now. He has an AI bot do the weather. The AI bot has its own channel, but the AI bot will make fun of people in chat, and it's pretty funny. That was, oh man. Pennsylvania doesn't look too bad at them. I mean, there's a lot of rain up there. Let me pull up our thread again today, where our thread is for tornadoes.
Thank you so much.
So we had like a small area 2% risk last night for today, but they upgraded it. So now we have a 2% chance of tornadoes in all this area, and then we have a 5% up here. Basically, I mean, there is thousands, maybe millions of people inside this red oval right here.
Ashley for the 2. Thank you so much. Nah, it's fine, Moon. Don't worry about it. If you guys can't donate, that is not a requirement. It's just
we're definitely gonna.
That's
I mean, our capital's in there. We got a lot of big cities inside this red circle. But this is just for tornadoes. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to.
You want to subscribe?
Let me switch to just thunderstorms. This is where we're supposed to see just like thunderstorms today, right? Everywhere, pretty much. And this is our hail risk for today.
If you see a fire up,
so most of our hail we're most likely going to see up in North Carolina, Virginia, maybe Washington, D.C.
Don't hesitate.
And our wind threat, as you can kind of see, this is a very good viz right here. We have a 30% signature for wind in this area right here. So that's what's happening right now. This is probably our biggest threat right now is wind, and what we have going through South Carolina and North Carolina right now.
Yeah, that's the latest view there. I mean, wow. For a Virginia storm, that's pretty
This storm
impressive.
looks pretty crazy up there that he was looking at.
That is pretty impressive. This is near Farmville. But thank you, Cole,
you're in the 5%.
And,
hey, let's just say everything's going to be fine today, astronomy. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Panda, for the 2.
We'll just say there won't be any tornadoes today. It's going to be perfectly fine.
Wales, thank you for being a member for 11 months.
Let's be positive about it.
Over here near Fredericksburg.
I'm surprised too that the risk got upgraded today. I wasn't expecting this, to be honest.
Still possible there. Let's come back.
This is our severe destructive warning right here. This is where we have huge winds. I mean, the winds are so strong it's taking out the highway cameras here in South Carolina. It's basically heading towards Somerville, Moncks Corner,
South Carolina, latest update.
Jamestown, Andrews, Hemingway, Johnsonville. You all have some big winds and thunderstorms coming at you in the next 30 minutes. So be prepared. You got some time to clean stuff up out of your yards, get stuff bolted down, get your car in the garage because it's coming, and this thing's it's knocking out some power.
And cameras that are out in these regions, so whenever we get a view, we got to soak it in.
Just watch.
Thank you, Mike, for the 2. Your area's in the watch tonight. Not too fun. Yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Cheryl, for the 2, and thank you, Cole, for the 2.
I'm just going to stick with, I don't think we're going to have any bad tornadoes today. I really don't think so, but we're going to watch just to be safe. Is Max Velocity gone live yet? Let me see if Max Velocity's live. If Max Velocity's live, I'm worried.
Ready to go indoors and away from windows, and just be prepared for, a little bit of a tornado threat. It's certainly possible today up there. We're just going to monitor the atmosphere and see what's going to be possible, or see what is actually going to happen. All right, fun or watching this.
Did Max Velocity do? I'm freezing up, guys. What's going on here? Bear with me a moment here. Everything decided to freeze up. I think I have too many videos playing at once right now. I'm recording and streaming. The radar's still going. But it's not letting me adjust my move anything right now. The world has not ended. We're in great shape. Okay, I have controls again. Kinda. Alright, max velocity. 10 hours ago. Let's pop this up here. If it lets me. Trying to regain control of my computer right now still.
A powerful storm system is
it's not my computer, it's one of my browsers is acting up.
Significant severe weather to areas like the Great Plains, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and even back through the Southeast, where damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes will all be a possibility. So in today's forecast, we are going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country today. And we actually have a lot of stuff ongoing. Back over in the Midwest, we have a large upper level low pressure system that is spinning over the Great Lakes. And as we go later into today, this storm system is actually going to intensify and bring a localized threat of potentially some significant severe weather to areas near and just east of the Appalachian Mountains, with all hazards of.
Anybody doesn't know who this is, I have everybody linked in the description. Right now we're listening to max velocities forecast that he just released this morning.
Severe weather being on the table, and we'll talk more about this here in just a few minutes. Additionally, we've had some big storms ongoing back over in Texas over the last 24 hours, and these storms are definitely unique. We had a bunch of dust kicked up across all of West Texas from these storms that happened, and they are beginning to weaken now, and I do think the southern plains will at least be quieter for today and tomorrow, and then I think severe weather makes a big return as we go into early to mid next week. Also, we now have a tropical storm. Guess what? Back over in the eastern Pacific Ocean, we actually have tropical storm Alvin, which is currently heading up into the Baja California and eventually going into Mexico.
I didn't even know about this.
And as we go into Saturday into Sunday, this can actually bring some moisture and energy back up into the southern plains, which may actually help to amplify a threat of severe weather as we go into Monday in areas like Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Over the next few days, a major weather pattern change will be impacting the United States. So let's talk more about that in detail, beginning with what's happening today and tomorrow. So right now we have a large low pressure system that is currently sitting back over in the Great Lakes in the Ohio Valley. And as we go later into this afternoon, notice how our jet stream is actually going to be very strong near the Appalachian Mountains and the Mid-Atlantic. And if we have any supercells out there that are discrete, we will have a very favorable environment for this time of the year for the potential for all hazards of severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, and even a few tornadoes. And we're going to talk more about this in detail here in just a few minutes. But this is definitely a very favorable setup, kind of almost coming out of nowhere here as we go later into this afternoon. Now, as we go into Saturday and into Sunday, this storm system is going to be huge back over in the northeast. We're really mostly just talking about rain though Saturday and Sunday for those in New England. Also, much colder weather is going to be coming out of Canada, moving into the Midwest and also into the Ohio Valley in the southeast. Notice this thing right here though on Sunday. This is going to be our first of many storm systems as we go into this next work week, which are going to bring the risk of significant severe weather. So as we go into late Sunday and Monday, this storm system is going to make its way up into the Four Corners states, and it will not be a very intense upper level low. More than anything, this is going to be a surface-based low pressure system, but on Monday, we are expecting the risk of severe weather to exist in a couple of different areas, one of which will be back up in the northern plains, where I think large hail and damaging winds will be the main concern, and then also over in the central and southern plains, this is an area where it's a little bit more conditional, but all hazards of severe weather could be on the table, including the risk of tornadoes. So we need to watch this very closely on Monday, but we're not.
You heard that. Monday we have a chance for some severe weather in the Midwest. I thought the tornado season was over, but things keep kicking up. I mean, we're almost into summer, and we still got tornado season rolling good.
Done with severe weather there. On Tuesday, that storm system will move a little bit further off to the east. It's going to be a little shortwave trough. I think we'll have another threat of significant severe weather on Tuesday, basically anywhere from the central and southern plains, especially near Kansas City, back through Oklahoma City, and then also back up into parts of the Midwest and also the Ohio Valley, where damaging winds and hail will be the main concerns, but a more elevated tornado risk will likely exist, mainly back over in Missouri, the Ozarks, and also back into eastern Oklahoma and North Texas. Now, on Wednesday, that storm system starts to move out. We may have a little bit more severe weather left over.
We do have a really big hail core moving over Farmville right now, and this is in looks like Virginia, and this is going northeast. We got lots of hail coming up northeast through Farmville, heading up towards Cumberland.
Over on Wednesday, back over in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. But this right here will be the next storm system to watch for. As we go into Wednesday, another low pressure system will move over the Rockies, and we should see at least some more severe weather Wednesday and Thursday. It will all begin back over in the central and southern plains on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, if this storm system is able to stay organized enough, we may see a little bit more additional severe weather make its way up into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. Now, generally speaking, these are not super intense storm systems. It's just that we're going to have so many storms on top of each other here that we are likely going to see a very active weather pattern with multiple shots of severe weather. So it's a good idea to stay weather aware as we go into next week. And expanding more on this threat of severe weather next week, I do want to point out that we will have a ton of moisture to work with as we go into early to mid next week across nearly the entire Great Plains, the Midwest, and the Ohio Valley, with dew points in the low to mid 60s. And all you really need for severe weather is a dew point of around 55 or so to actually get a more legitimate chance of tornadoes, hail, and and wind. So this is basically all we need for there to be severe weather as we go into the early to mid portion of next week. On Tuesday, the amount of moisture is going to surge, especially in the Midwest and back into the central and southern plains, with our dry line and as well as our warm frontal boundary in a very favorable area Tuesday afternoon in Missouri, Iowa, Kansas, all the way back into Texas and Oklahoma, with dew points in the mid 70s. It is going to be oppressive out there, and in addition to all the instability and as well as wind shear we're going to have, this should be a very favorable environment on Tuesday for maybe even a severe weather outbreak. On Wednesday, that amount of moisture stays very high all the way up into the northeast and also into the southern plains. We could have a pretty long stretch here of severe weather on Wednesday across a large chunk of the country. And then on Thursday, our moisture should return right back to the central and southern plains. Another storm system will move over the Four Corner states, which should set up another potential for some significant severe weather. Right now, I think Tuesday and Thursday look to be the most concerning days for severe weather, but Monday and Wednesday could also be a little bit sneaky and provide the potential even for more significant severe weather. And another tool that we can use to indicate where our greatest threat of severe weather is going to be on a given day is our supercell composite. And on Monday, we have really two definitive corridors where we're expecting some severe weather to take place, one of which will be our northern plains setup where hail and wind is the main concern, and then more of a tornado risk could exist in our southern mode across Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, but it is going to be conditional on our wind shear, the trough ejection timing, and all that sort of stuff. So we don't exactly know what's going to happen yet on Monday in terms of our tornado threat, but it could be something to keep an eye on in those three states. And then on Tuesday, the threat of severe weather will shift further to the east, and I do think Tuesday has the potential to be a severe weather outbreak anywhere from the Midwest all the way back into the southern plains. But one thing that could hinder our threat of severe weather could be morning convection. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but as of right now, generally speaking, it is a favorable corridor for severe weather on Tuesday. Wednesday, right now, the GFS model is hinting at a slightly more elevated threat of severe weather in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, maybe something stretching back into the southern plains, but that is uncertain at this time. And then on Thursday, our threat of severe weather should return right back into the heart of the tornado alley back over in the central and southern plains. Now let's put this all into more simplicity.
All right, guys, that's Max Velocity. I have a link in the description if you're wondering who he is. He's a meteorologist now. He actually just graduated from meteorology school, and he's really smart. He's a really great streamer. We watch him every day. We got a tornado warning. I was just looking at this. We have some big broad rotation here by Newmark, and it just got tornado warned. Okay, then. I literally just took a 3D view of this. I only seen like low-level high velocities here, but I mean, this thing's rotating for sure. I mean, it's got a big broad rotation right here, and this is in Virginia. Looks like this one's heading basically east. Let me kind of see the storm track of this thing. Hey, what's going on, St. Louis Weather Club? Welcome back today, buddy. So we have a tornado, and you heard it from the mouth of the beast. He said if we have any isolated supercells, we could see some very strong possible long track tornadoes if we get any isolated supercells today up here in the Northeast where our 5% chance threat is. So anybody that's just hopping in, we did get upgraded. This is the actual wind, right? Let me go ahead and bring us back to the tornado threat for the day. We got upgraded to a 5% chance of tornadoes today up here in the Northeast, 5% here in the red. And we're looking at some storms right now. It's our first tornado warning inside the 5% red chance today. It's not an isolated supercell, but it's definitely rotating. We might see something come out of this. You can kind of see this rotation as it's coming up onto Newmarket right here. You can see our velocities down here where it's really starting to spin up. This might be our first threat of the day other than what we just had down in South Carolina. I will constantly be taking 3D views of this storm now from here on out in the future. You got some mamatas near work here in Williamsburg, Virginia. What is mamatas? All right, let me hop back on to Evan Fryer. I don't know if Max Velocity's gone live yet or not. I don't even know if he's going to go live today. I'm assuming he probably will since we got upgraded to a 5% chance. Nope, he's not live yet. So let me go ahead and hop back on to Evan Freiberger. Yep, we got a new tornado warning. Nope. There's anti-cyclonic tornadoes too. Basically, to sum up a tornado, basically you got a storm, a normal thunderstorm that's moving along, and then the hot and the cold weather basically make it spin and it turns it sideways. So that's how you get a tornado. That's the simplest way to understand it. Storm spins and gets turned sideways, and then if it spins fast enough, strong enough, it'll push the rotation all the way to the ground, and that's how we get tornadoes. Check the power outages out again too, see if they've gotten any worse. This is Virginia. South Carolina's been getting beat up really bad. Yeah, I mean, this storm is constantly knocking out more power as it goes along. So we lost another 1,000 households without power in Orangeburg County. It's 1,800 houses in Clarendon County. As this big storm's like basically moving this way. I believe, let me make sure I still have my other radar down there. So I have both radars up in Virginia right now. So I'm going to move this one back down to our severe destructive storm in South Carolina. Actually, I don't know if this camera froze down here. The storm should be getting to this one next. This is US 501 at Anor. The storm basically, crossed along I-95 a while ago. I think the storm went south of this. Looks like it's almost on the coast already. Where's Conway? Conway's just getting rain showers, yeah. You can kind of see where our strongest velocities are here out in the front. This is where we're seeing some big, nasty winds along here, too. I don't know if I can get a camera down here. I can try. Let's go to this one right here. This will probably be seeing the storms. Oh, we got a bunch of cameras down here by SoCastle. Just don't know this area that well. Surfside Beach. Where is Georgetown at? Oh, that's Myrtle Beach. Yeah, Myrtle Beach is still too far north. Yeah, probably this is going to be our best luck right here at Garden City Beach. So I'll connect to that one. It looks like it's around in here somewhere. That camera, if these storms make it that way. Let me go back up north and get Evan Freiberger back on to our tornado warning. You hearing thunder now? Where at does everything? Where are you hearing thunder at, buddy? This thing is maintaining its big, strong, broad rotation here. So I will take another 3D scan of this thing here in another couple minutes. I did look at it when we were watching Max's stream, or his forecast. Evan Freiberger. I'm glad Evan's streaming today. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
So I'm using this one web browser my son told me to use, and it's called Brave. This thing likes to act up sometimes.
And I'll head up to Amelia Courthouse, kind of following this.
These guys are in Farmville, Virginia, right here. That's what storm they're looking at.
You can almost see it wrapping. Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? New London.
Yep. Like collar clouds.
Yeah. Looking pretty broad up in here.
It's just not getting that couplet. It's close.
Looking stronger though. Look at we got some bright blues in here now.
Wow.
This thing's trying. Let's go ahead and go for another 3D view. That's some pretty. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. Look how much. Look how far this is reaching down to the ground now.
All right, latest scan over here south of Mount Jackson. Still keeping an eye on
This
this
side's
storm.
big, broad,
Little
strong
area of
rotation down
rotation
here on
still
this side.
relatively broad, but again, would not rule a brief tornado with this storm
This,
still
I
as
mean,
that
I don't know
pushes
if you've
off to the
seen.
east.
Let me turn him down a
Definitely
little
want
bit.
you guys to be sheltered in place here.
I don't know if you guys see the 3D scan of this when I was listening to max velocity, but this thing wasn't nearly as strong this far down before.
All right, let's see if we can get this up on stream, the Discord thing real quick. We got to get it sized properly.
This thing's really did an uptick in velocities here. My goodness, yeah, this thing's looking pretty scary to be honest. I don't like the looks of this at all. Let's get a bigger scan of this and zoom out even further and look at a couple scans on it because this thing's looking pretty scary now. Very concerning. Hopefully Max will go live soon because this one's not looking too healthy. But look how strong our big broad velocities are on the ground right here, closest to the ground here. I mean, it's reaching down past 10,000 feet. Probably have a pretty good sized wall cloud on this storm now. I don't know if there's any storm chasers on it. Look at that. Look at the scan before. Like, look how much it literally dropped down in the latest scan. You can kind of see where the velocities are starting to pick up here, right? And then the scan after this. This thing's really going down quick. We might see a tornado from this thing. Possibly. It's unreal. That thing decided to go down fast. Now I'm going to turn the velocities down a little bit. We can kind of see it there. So it's already down there at the lower velocities, right?
All right.
But at the higher velocities work their way down much quicker in the latest scan.
The storm tried, but it does seem to be failing at the moment.
Yeah, this is also like 2 minutes ago, by the way. Keep that in mind. It could have gotten weaker in the latest scan, so. But right here, this looks pretty threatening to me.
No, why isn't my streamer mode on?
Hurricane in Baja? Is there a hurricane over there?
I think if people talk, the stream will be able to hear it. Because I'm not in streamer mode.
I know Max Vossi said there's like a tropical storm out here. I don't see it though.
Please keep your mic muted in the Discord until I figure out how to turn that on. It's going to do updates on other people's storms. We just got
not showing up on my radar.
Thunderstorm warning off to the east. 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Crew, Midlothian. You guys still need to be indoors and away from windows.
Max did say there's a tropical storm or hurricane forming out here, right? Maybe I have to go satellite. Let me turn this over to the side and see if I can see it on the satellite. Leave this storm up right here and we can watch this while I'm going to mess with it on the side, see if I can get a view of this. Is it a hurricane or a tropical storm? I know he was talking about something over there. Oh, wow. Look at it starting to form a hook here in the back end. Right in there.
Yeah, latest scan on this storm's kind of similar to the one up to the north and east of Farmerville. A little bit of broad circulation.
Let's also give people warnings of where this is heading. So this is heading towards Luray, Rileyville, Bentonville, and Virginia.
Only one panel and not multiples.
Got a pretty strong rotation. We're probably going to see pretty strong winds out of this storm regardless at this point with the wall cloud being that close to the ground now. It's a tropical storm.
At the moment, it's a little bit on the broad side. You can see how the gradient from blue transitions into green, and we don't get those grays appear until up here. So this is where our main area of circulation is, and it's just really not that strong right now. It's mainly just some very broad circulation and some strong winds on the south. But still want folks to be in their safe spots just in case we get a little NATO. Near Newmarket. Okay. Where's Newmarket? Okay, Newmarket's over there. Get that one near Lori, east of Lori. Oh man. Quad cam? I mean that's gonna be our best bet, I guess.
I don't see anything on the national weather radar that's offering me a look at this tropical storm here. Let me try my weather underground. New tornado warning.
New tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, we got one back down to South Carolina again. North Carolina. My goodness, things are picking up, guys.
Interesting. Must be something
Well, I'm moving this radar up here if we got a tornado warning in North Carolina. I see it very well.
Really isn't that strong on this storm, but relative to the storm's motion, maybe there's a little bit higher circulation. So if you live in Chadbourne, Whiteville, Brunswick, and Clarkton,
we'll let this radar load in this tornado warning here.
Safe spots there. I do want to check in on that.
It's in here somewhere, waiting for it to pop up.
Radar Omega really quick. Yeah, I mean, even on the storm relative, not really that strong.
I'm not even seeing the tropical storm here.
There must be something, some report on the ground.
Hey, weather underground, at least it shows Europe.
That we just don't know just by looking at radar, which is why they've warned it. So make sure you're in your safe spots out there, just in case there's.
I want to see this tropical storm. I'm going to keep working on it. If anybody knows a good website I can pull up on to see this tropical storm. I mainly just use GR2 analysts all the time, because I'm looking at these storms closely and diagnosing them to see where our tornadic rotations are coming from. So we do have a bit of a rotation here. Near Cerro Gordo, Evergreen, Chadbourne. Looks like KTLX will be even closer. We'll go down to here to see a better look at the storm.
About the crowns and all of that. I'm done with it. I'm just gonna act like it doesn't exist. Also, wouldn't rule out like a potential circulation happening over here near Crooks Crossroads.
Yeah, I mean, this thing has the shape.
Because we do have an actually.
Kind of got a hook forming. We definitely got the rotation. This thing's trying. Let's go ahead and get a 3D view of this thing.
Smoothly. Discord can sometimes slow things down.
Wow, look at that little pocket right here. It's very condensed already.
That's on the ground.
Today's getting wild fast, guys. I wasn't expecting this. I didn't think much of anything was going to happen, to be honest. But
here in South Carolina, unwarned.
Sadly, we're getting a lot of.
We have an unwarned tornado on the ground.
Have an unwarned tornado on the ground.
South Carolina.
In South Carolina. Okay, wait. Let's go back to that. We have an unwarned.
To make sure everything's lining up correctly.
Unwarned tornado on the ground in South Carolina.
There's your velocities. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a tornado there. South and east of Johnsonville. Not warned. Let me play that in motion here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it started back over here near Venters. And now still in progress here north and west of Crooks Crossroads. We've got a tornado on the ground here south of Johnsonsville. If you live east of Crooks Crossroads, you need to be in your safe spots. Doesn't happen too often, but every now and then we get a tornado on the ground that is unwarned. That happens sometimes.
Not seeing it. Maybe it's from KTLX. Might be able to see it better from KTLX. Talking about this right here. Oh yeah, we got some rotation right here, south of Johnsonville for sure.
Looks like it might have been just really a brief NATO there.
Little brief spin up. Got good velocities on it too. So we might have had a brief touchdown right here by Johnsonville.
No, yeah, I mean there is still a little bit of a debris signature there. It's either lifting or is a very weak NATO still on the ground south of Johnsonville, south and east of Johnsonville.
Things are getting a little crazy today.
Do they not see it?
I highly doubt we'll see a velocity on this thing.
Caught it. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, it's like one of those really quick spin up tornadoes.
Yeah, latest scan over here on this tornado warning. Still not seeing the thought process behind this warning, at least on radar. There's got to be some sort of report, or this storm must look pretty crazy from the ground for them to throw a warning on this thing. Here's what this storm looks like over here in Virginia.
Yeah, I'm not going to be. This thing's so low to the ground, we're not even going to see a 3D view of this brief tornado that we just had up here by Johnsonville. So that's what we want to expect, guys. When we got these big line of storms right here, if you're anywhere from Georgetown, where this storm's heading, if you're anywhere over here from Awendaw, McClellanville, Georgetown, Pawleys Island, Surfsides Beach, Myrtle Beach, you want to stay away from the windows inside your house. You could very well see another one of these like brief spin up tornadoes that could happen that goes unwarned, because they happen so quick. By the time they catch it, it's already over. They might tornado warn it after it happens. So make sure you get everything pulled inside anywhere over here on the coast. Be prepared. You got bunches of winds and possibility of brief spin up tornadoes.
In Goods Mill, Compton overall, and Bentonville, just in case this thing is doing something on the surface that we just aren't really capturing.
This one is tornado warned right here up by Evergreen.
Sometimes does happen. That's why that storm down in North Carolina is warned. That could be the same reason for this one, or not the same reason. This one actually had rotation, like legitimate rotation earlier, but it died. Yeah, there's something wrong with the.
Thing has some pretty good supercellular structure right here. This thing is looking pretty big and strong. This thing could produce, something that could last a bit longer on the ground. So.
Also, we got the Circle of Death, Tornado Explorer on the traffic camera.
We're seeing a lot of our rotations basically coming from all the way up here, working its way down. It's a long, stretched out noodle, it looks like.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're clicking on it and finding other ones. That's why it's so stressful sometimes.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep a tornado warning going on this thing.
Yeah, it's gonna make a close approach.
It doesn't look strong, right? We probably won't see. There's not a possibility of a really strong tornadoes, but it's very possible we can see a weaker tornado drop from this and last on the ground for a while. This thing keeps up. This is a very favorable environment for this weather.
Are all in a tornado watch right now.
Traffic camera.
Is there anything coming to Baltimore? Yeah, it's going to be this storm.
This is close to the beach.
We have a couple of cells south of Romney near like Westernport and Kaiser.
Storms quite aren't out there yet. They'll be out here probably the next 10-15 minutes.
Our capabilities yet, so it's either going to be a big old nothing bomb or something that could.
Looks like his camera's already having problems.
We also got to watch for these cells that are a little bit more discreet.
Stormers might be knocking out the service for the internet for these cameras that are looking pretty funky.
This could also be a threat near Baltimore down the line. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry, but it's mainly just like a wait and see. So just continue to be.
How far away is this storm from the beach, Myrtle Beach?
A little bit late in the day in comparison to.
I don't think the severe parts of it are going to make it to Myrtle Beach. Gotta look at the track of the storm. Yeah, actually, this might make it to Myrtle Beach, actually. Looks like it's heading right towards Myrtle Beach, especially where we just had our spin-up tornado.
Still got 60-mile-per-hour winds with that rotation.
So, yeah, Myrtle Beach, Surfside Beach, you guys need to get ready for this thing. Get everything picked up, get braced, get inside, stay away from the windows, go to your innermost part room in the house and prepare, because you got a nasty storm coming. This thing just produced a little baby tornado that lasted for about a minute, but I mean, it's a possibility it can do it again, and we have lots of winds coming to Myrtle Beach and Surfside Beach.
Our tornadic storm back over here. Let's see if it's still on the ground. Okay, latest scan does not look like our tornado is still on the ground anymore here in.
Let me get a cam up in down in Myrtle Beach, because this thing's coming right towards it. We got about like 10 more minutes before it gets to Myrtle Beach, I think.
Crossroads. I would call into them and make sure that they're okay, because this storm did produce a tornado very close to there. But
actually, this area is probably about to get hit really soon.
Only a portion of the line to continue to watch. Hopefully, we can get a tornado warning on this eventually. If not, Conway, Caroline Forest, in Myrtle Beach, I'd be pretty weather aware.
It's the worst of the storms on top of like Jackson and Hemingway. So storms like right here.
We'll be keeping an eye on the storms. I'm gonna change the wording back. Since that debris signature.
Let's try to find a good camera in this area. This one's pretty good. Let's see a lot right here, I think.
Virginia and
all the storm chasers are like all out Midwest still. I know we had like Evan found one guy like Pennsylvania storm chasers is out here. That's about it. I know I have a lot of storm chasers listed in the description, but I don't think any of those storm chasers made it over here to the East Coast today because it's really far from because they were all in Texas last night, so it would have been really hard for them to get all the way over here. Man, these cameras are I think the storm's causing a lot of problems because we're having some bad data transfer problems on these cameras already. Yeah, Myrtle Beach will get hit by rain, really strong winds, and possibly brief tornadoes. Honestly, I don't know why they don't have this storm tornado warning because they literally just dropped one there by Johnsonville just 5 minutes ago. They should at least like put a tornado warning tag on the storm.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna bring this over here until it starts to get a little crazier. This is up in Farmville, Virginia still.
They're not live, I don't think.
How you doing today, Tara? It's nice to see you again. E Dizzle, how you doing in Greenville?
No, we can't see
Which
that.
Greenville? I know there's like a Greenville in every state.
It's definitely on my over.
I haven't even looked at. Do we still have 2 tornado warnings?
Why? I don't know what I turned on.
Go back up to that northern one up in Virginia. Yeah, we still got the tornado warning up in Virginia.
Is completely gone, but there's actually, believe it or not, a new circulation trying to develop.
Wow, this thing's it's still cranking up here.
No debris signature yet on this guy. Velocities are a little bit behind though. Our correlation, okay.
Oh wow,
Radar's starting to
this thing's got a lot of power going up here near Rileyville.
A bit. Looks like that comms issue is coming back a little bit.
Let's get another 3D scan of this one heading towards Washington, Flintville, and Front Royal in Virginia. We got a tornadic, or like a rotating storm coming near you. I don't think we have a tornado on the ground, but it's been tornado warned for a while. I think at this point we're definitely gonna see some, like severe winds in Rileyville at this point. Regardless at this point, because it looks like this thing's really pushing some winds to the ground here.
They do not. Yeah, that right there, that is close to a NATO now. South of Goods Mill. Definitely some stronger winds here and a little bit of rotation on the northern side. It's not super tight yet, so it's not NATO. It's not NATO-ing right now, but definitely could see that surge produce some northern circulation there just to the south and east of Goods Mill. Heading to Hoback.
They'll have a lot of strong velocities closer to the ground, so yeah, this thing's probably going to have some pretty nasty winds once it moves in.
On the right side, is that like a microburst happening?
Yeah, the storm's looking pretty severe. Microburst.
Tornado warn storm, but that was a weird thing on the right. That kind of looked like a microburst.
Definitely got a wall cloud there.
Glob of rain falling out of the sky. So watch out over there near Farmerville. Winds might get intense over there.
There's still people in Myrtle Beach on the beach. Oh man!
Like a little bit of a wall cloud in there too.
Somebody needs to go out there and yell at them. Tell them to get off the beach.
Any wedges? Thankfully, not yet. We haven't had any big tornadoes on the ground. We've had a couple.
Somebody call the lifeguards in Myrtle Beach. Tell them to clear it out. It's almost there. I mean, this thing is getting really close to Myrtle Beach.
Man, look at that. That storm looks like it's raring up to do something. Let me check on the radar.
This is just like 5 miles from Myrtle Beach right here.
Definitely still some broad circulation there. Maybe a little bit less broad here near
on Duck Pond Road, just north of, a little further out from Myrtle Beach.
Heading to Amelia Courthouse. This will eventually make a pretty close approach to Richmond. So this is going to be Richmond's storm here. And this is what it looks like. And definitely seems like it has a lowering back in there, but I'm not seeing a NATO.
The SC31 US 501. So it's going to be coming through here soon, very soon.
Like a wall cloud back in there, Kelly. On the right side of the screen.
This cam's like right in here, so it's storms are almost there.
Yeah, the RFD. So yeah, right back in that notch there. That would be where our circulation would be.
I'm thinking Highway 17 might be our best bet.
We got to stay ahead of the storm. So if they get out of position, that'll be the last time you see that storm. And we want to make sure we have
Oklahoma, I think, is perfectly fine today. Let me pull up our national weather radar.
Also, it looks like
Anybody that's just hopping in, we just got upgraded today. So we now have a 2% chance of tornadoes here in this green area and a 5% in the red. So we're dealing with some really nasty storms possibly up in here. We're dealing with a lot of nasty weather down here in South Carolina too right now.
There could be,
so we got an upgrade today on the severe weather. So if you're out here on the East Coast, you need to be extremely weather aware. Be prepared today. You're probably going to see some crazy storms.
We still have some strong winds pushing off to the east towards Pignut Mountain, overall in Bentonville. But
let me check Oklahoma real quick.
Storm has again, it tried there for a moment, but then died off really quickly. So
as soon as I find where I put in my radar, here it is.
Might act today, which is just kind of teetering on the edge of tornadic capabilities. Pretty much, probably for its entire life, and also we've got to keep it.
Looks good in Oklahoma. Maybe a couple tumbleweeds. That's about it.
That's going to be kind of.
There's definitely a lot of rain and down here in Colorado and New Mexico heading east. It looks like though.
I do want to check back.
Lots of rain down in South Texas coming up.
In this storm, see if anything has changed. Yeah, that rotation is.
My goodness, these storms are getting pretty severe up in Pennsylvania. These were just rain showers like an hour ago. Look how big and severe these storms have turned up here.
That there is something that people are seeing on the ground that is concerning with
Pittsburgh is getting obliterated by rainstorms right now. I mean, nothing but severe rainstorms for the next hour or two, maybe 3.
Back over here with our circulation that produced a brief tornado moments ago, still is there. South and west of Conway here in South Carolina, moving off to the east towards Caroline Forest.
You got multiplier. You got some rotation here. Rotation here, here. There's pockets of rotation everywhere in this storm.
Doesn't seem to be that strong of rotation anymore. And they're still keeping this tornado warning going for some reason. Also,
this one really right here is.
And Belhaven, North Carolina, we have another storm here warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yep, North Carolina's got a lot of storms happening too right now. We actually have a tornado warning in North Carolina right here.
What are the chances that
heading towards Whiteville?
Newport News? It's definitely possible. I mean, so far, none of the storms that would threaten your area
doesn't look it nearly as bad as it did before, but it's still rotating and it's got a hook on it.
Overly concerning right now. Let me see if weather-wise is working yet. No, it's still way behind. Weather-wise is having. Radar is behind.
Yeah, this scan's a little further back, but yeah, we kind of had a hook kind of coming out here in this storm here in the latest couple scans. I'll check it again here in a minute, but this thing's definitely rotating still.
That weather-wise has quite a bit right now. They are behind on radar. Radar Mega is ahead by 5 minutes, which is rare. Usually it's Radar Omega that's behind, so it seems like weather.
Radar Omega is ahead by 5 minutes.
With the comms that have been affected and
where you at, Keith Bridge? Western North Carolina? Yeah, if you anywhere near Myrtle Beach, you guys need to brace down. You need to get ready, get away from the windows. Got a good bit of rotation happening up here too in this storm. Anybody in front of these storms? We got quite a bit of rotation coming up in that Carroll's, Kelly, Ivanhoe, Atkinson, Wallace, Willard, Watha, Tea Tree, Harrell's, Rose Hill. We got some pretty nasty storms coming your way. They're all rotating. Nothing looks like it's about to drop a tornado on the ground, but every single one of these storms are rotating. Every single one. Like here, you can see down here my velocities. This is red. That means the wind's going this way here, and green means the wind's going this way here. So every single one of these storms have some form of rotation in them. So if any of them break off and decided to go an isolated supercell, I mean, they're probably going to produce a tornado, kind of like what this one's doing here. It's kind of trying to separate itself from the rest, and it's forming a hook. So it's either going to form a tornado or a bunch of hail, one or the other.
tornado warning to expire, though, here in Virginia, unless we get some new circulation develop. The only thing I'm seeing right now is this one. Let me check what our storm relative velocity is looking like. Yeah, still pretty broad. I guess if they do extend it, it'll be on this new northern circulation, maybe more for like front row.
That's down near Myrtle Beach right here in Harrison Boulevard. It's not quite there, but it should be getting there any minute now. You can see how close the storms are up here.
Well, as long as the tornado threat seems like it's going to continue.
Let's recheck the power outages. See how much damage the storm's still doing. So our last update was at 5:47 p.m. It's about 30 minutes later. Oh yeah, wow. So we lost 2,500 households in Williamsburg County lost power. That's a lot. And there's only 20,000 households there. So this storm's definitely doing some damage. So just in the last 3 minutes, this county's gotten obliterated by winds, possibly brief tornadoes. Nothing. We don't see any big tornadoes on the ground. We did see a brief spin up in this county, though.
Stopped eating so many cheese curds. Dropped a couple pounds.
It's Myrtle Beach in Georgetown County.
Dyed the hair blonde.
I think Myrtle Beach is in Georgetown County.
My voice.
So yeah, the worst of it's in this area.
They let this one expire.
This is where we're getting the most power outages.
I wish I could see this storm.
It's so close.
Some wicked cloud on this that just
dude, all these people cruising around right here have no idea what's about to come. It's about to get crazy. This place is about to get hammered. About 5 minutes away.
Down here in South Carolina, we're still keeping an eye on. A little area of circulation is now really starting to die off there.
I'm going to keep it to the side. I'll pull it over as soon as it starts blowing wind.
Back over here in South Carolina, heading into Conway, Carolina Forest, Myrtle Beach, and Garden City Beach.
Like 2 areas of rotation on this one now.
Near Washington and Belhaven, still have 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm.
You still have a tornado warning up in Virginia. Yep, it's still going. Oh, wow. Yeah, this thing's still going.
South and east of Washington, North
These storms aren't like weakening at all. They just they're maintaining their strength and continuing to rotate, which is a little concerning looking because, I mean, we're just getting started. This is from a couple minutes ago, but yeah, you can definitely see this thing probably has a pretty good sized wall cloud on it now. We're here in Virginia.
Latest scan here on this storm near Amelia Courthouse. Still very broad circulation heading towards
There's some high velocities, guys. This thing is really spinning good. My goodness.
And that's the latest. I will say, just by looking at radar, it looks messy.
This is definitely our most concerning storm at the moment, I would say. It's got some pretty good velocities on it.
Just on radar in general, just kind of looks like an environment.
It's really broad still, but I mean, these velocities are cranking on this thing.
No, I mean, they're still hanging around like 6.5. I got about 2,000 joules per kilogram. Are we lacking forcing?
Let me go ahead and give everybody a warning. So this one right here, this is in Northern Virginia right here. This storm, this tornado warned right here. This thing has some very strong velocities in it. So it has like a little second pocket of rotation up here too, it looks like. This one is heading, it looks like directly east maybe.
And a significant tornado parameter.
No, this was kind of moving northeast.
Which is good news. That's very, very low.
I'm surprised the tornado warning's this small. We should probably expand that out soon.
Trying to understand storm relative velocity.
So this one's heading towards Flint Hill, Marshall, Middleburg, the Plains, and in Virginia. This one's actually heading towards Washington. It's probably going to go north of Washington, D.C. What it looks like.
Right, storm relative velocities to the motion of the storm. So the storm's moving this way.
I don't know. It might go straight into Washington, D.C. It might go north into it. We're going to have to keep a close eye on the storm for sure.
We're actually moving faster back into this direction than what the radar is showing. So when you show
cheese curds and 35 minutes away.
see that a little bit better that we do have some broad area of circulation here.
It's starting to get a little darker in Myrtle Beach.
Than just looking at this. Although I can look at this and also just know that relative to the storm, there's probably some rotation there, just not very strong. But you know, if you are not super familiar with radar, you might use the storm relative velocity as a cheat code, so you never have any doubt in your mind
Coming
whether
in.
it's rotating or not.
Okay, good. They expanded that tornado warning in Virginia.
Ribbon is better than baked beans.
So they got planes in it. They're all going to get their Amber Alerts now.
New tornado warning has been issued on this storm for Flint Hill, Marshall, Delaphane, Hume, and Apple Mountain.
Oh yeah,
all need
it's
to be in their safe
it's really
spots
close now. Looks like the worst of it's going to miss Myrtle Beach here. Wow.
Are all the cameras quad cameras out there?
It's so close. It's right on top of these guys now.
What time for Pennsylvania? Yeah, I can show you. Let's go over we'll go over the latest model run here. We got the 21Z hot off the press. So yeah, by 7 p.m. it should be pretty close to Washington. By 8 p.m. should be like,
oh, it's here. It's here. Look at those winds. You can see it coming across the screen.
Pennsylvania, parts of
oh no.
By 9 p.m. By 10 p.m. should have a couple of storms out there near.
I mean, you can see the tree shaking over here, but you can definitely see the wind going across the screen sideways.
These storms should really not be too tornadic at this point. Really talking more of a damaging wind threat. As that continues to scrape up the coast, could see some.
Oh wow, it's shaking this camera.
Chance for tornadoes as we move into like Danbury and Bridgeport, Brookhaven.
Look at that little bush over there flopping all around.
Also, maybe some severe winds for New York City, Connecticut as well by 3 a.m. But again,
often they get bad storms like this in Myrtle Beach. Probably not very often. I know South Carolina gets a lot of weather though.
If these storms never mature, probably we won't see much happen. Because as you can see,
at least we're going to be done with this storm soon, right? Once it gets past Myrtle Beach, it's done. Did we just lose power on this one? No.
I mean, I guess they're being safe.
We don't have to worry about the storm anymore in about 5 minutes because it's going to be done. It's going out to the ocean.
But again, that's probably not going to produce a tornado. Right now, it's mainly just a damaging wind threat with some broad circulation. Cameras in Chester Gap.
See if we have any areas of velocity on here, really. It looks like, actually, this part's looking pretty rough and right into Myrtle Beach.
Oh, wow.
Got a little bit of rotation right down here. We might have a brief spin up near Pawnee Island.
Right in the path of this circulation on our tornado warning here in Northern Virginia. Let's see what the storm is like as it moves over this camp. I'll put the radar down below.
The winds are really cranking up there.
It seems like weather-wise it's caught
You can
up.
definitely see the winds blowing on the roads.
Yeah, weather-wise it's caught back up, thankfully. Yeah, our broad area of circulation is about to go directly over this camera.
Myrtle's Inlet.
Gap is right there.
Doesn't look like it's raining, but the trees are blowing really good down here.
About to go right into Chester Gap. So we'll see what it's all about. We'll see. Maybe there's some stronger winds.
This camera's been having connection problems though nonstop lately.
Really happening inside of this thing.
All right, so Myrtle Beach. I hope everybody got inside and everything picked up before it got crazy. Or should I say crazier? Oh my goodness, guys. Man, this looks bad. Those are some serious winds. Those trees are blowing all over the place. You got hardly any visibility on the highway now. Man, this camera's shaking so bad. Look at that. We got debris flying around out here. I'm seeing tree branches and leaves flying out.
That's perfectly fine. No one cares about the point system. At least I don't.
Look at these trees over here on the left. They're just blowing all over.
To be honest,
That's some crazy weather, guys.
Looks like they've officially allowed that tornado warning in North Carolina to expire, by the way.
It's looking like a beautiful afternoon just 5 minutes ago out here.
The rain's pulling up here to Chester Gap.
I think it's done now. The trees are starting to calm down. That might be the worst of it.
I'll be honest.
It's kind of making its way out over the coast now.
It should be raining pretty decently right now. And
got some people pulling over because they're scared.
Like, is it just me, or are the leaves, like, not even moving at all?
Like these guys aren't getting it nearly as bad over here. Looks like the most of it's like right here on this side of Myrtle Beach. This is where the worst of it's at.
Yeah.
But the storms are moving through. I think it's done already.
There's like
flags are still blowing.
Zero wind.
Oh wow, these trees are still blowing really good over here. Camera's still shaking. We might have had a brief spin up tornado near that one cam that we were just looking at. I think we're just about done, yeah. Go up here further north. I think they're already done with all the rain. Oh, no, that one got taken out. So we lost power in SoCasty. Oh, man. We got some lights shaking. It ain't too bad, but...
Kind of seems a little glitchy there. I'm not sure.
I think we're pretty good with Myrtle Beach now. I think it's pretty much over with.
They're on like the weird portion of the storm. I want to wait one more scan, because those could technically be tighter couplets there.
I think the worst is done in Myrtle Beach.
Technically be tighter couplets.
We do have some... See, it looked like we saw some tree branches blowing around that one camera. We might have had a brief spin up here in this area near Forest Brook or something. Near SoCasty lost power, so we might have had a brief spin up there. That camera went out in SoCasty. Or however you say it.
Or very little wind. I mean, you can see the raindrops. They're falling just...
We have a tornado report up here? Funnel cloud reported near fire station in Cerro Gordo. Oh yeah, that was this storm was tornado warned a little bit ago.
I think Western Long Island should mainly have a damaging wind threat with some rain. It really just depends on what these storms do. I mean, the kinematics are technically in place, but we have a lot of clustering here, so we have a lot of storms that are all fighting for, honestly, not a whole lot of kinematics.
Still blowing the winds a little bit.
So
should be over with though in Myrtle Beach soon. Like the storm's moving through.
Tornadic activity with these storms yet. So, and to be honest, the winds really aren't that strong. At least on this northern portion, which
pretty bad up here in Bridgeport. There's like no visibility out here. The traffic's moving really slow.
Tornado warning has been issued for this storm in Virginia.
Camera shaking.
This is south of Petersburg. Oh yeah. Try to find a camera near this one, near Petersburg. Tornado Explorer. This one actually has a decent area of circulation.
Yeah, these trees are still blowing really good down here. It looks like the traffic's like a lot of people are stopping.
All need to be in their safe spots.
I think the worst of it's over though. I think that's worst if it's over in Myrtle Beach, I think. I mean, we still have some velocities up here though. This looks a little bit concerning up here. This is heading towards Briarcliff, North Myrtle Beach, Atlantic Beach. We have some pretty strong velocities right here. Let's look at a camera over there. I don't know if we got a camera over there in that area. North Myrtle Beach.
Or a basement that is underground.
Oh, they already took the power out there. Oh, it's about to hit this one really good, I think.
Oh, wow, look at that.
But we got this stronger rotation right here coming right into North Myrtle Beach.
There's Sutherland.
We probably had a tornado right here between Conway and North Myrtle Beach. It might have been one of those brief spin up 100-mile-an-hour gusts of wind.
You can still see.
It's literally right. Oh, wait, this one's showing now.
The storm in front of this storm.
Conway.
Which is fine.
Oh, it's right here. Between here and here. We have a rotation like right here.
This storm here. A little lowering is coming out of this storm. So a little bit of a mesocyclone on our storm just to the north and west of Sutherland as well. Gonna keep an eye
Just
on both of
about
these
to hit
storms,
that
some
area.
isolated storms right now, a little bit
Oh,
more
wow. Yeah,
distant.
this is actually pretty good. Oh, my goodness. There's a good, strong rotation right here.
With some of these guys if they
This
can
is heading
get
right
to
by
that isolated
Briarcliff
area, which is certainly
Acres.
out there, but so far
We might have a brief tornado hitting the ground right here near Briarcliff Acres.
Cams near Blackstone, that's fine.
If anybody's in that area, we got a little bit of an inflow notch and a hook forming right here.
For a while.
We got some high velocities.
For Myrtle Beach, yeah.
Myrtle Beach is pretty much done, but North Myrtle Beach is about to get hit, and Briarcliff Acres still is about to get hit by this storm.
Really strong winds developing here north of Myrtle Beach.
Look at this little pocket of velocities, man. That thing is cranking.
Have some sort of like a downburst happening here.
Yeah, this thing's knocking power out left and right here. I think this thing is
away from the radar. I'd watch out over here near like Hand going
basically like a little tiny hurricane in this area right here.
Definitely a downburst here, or maybe even a microburst happening here, where we have a local area of some very strong winds, potentially close to 90 miles per hour. On this storm. I'm not sure if that's making it all the way down to the surface. But just in case it is, that'd be actually in your safe spots.
Briarcliff Acres, get to your safe spots.
See this dissipate. Latest scan, not as strong, but still close to 80 miles per hour. That can still cause.
I think this is right on top of Briarcliff. Yeah. This camera's literally right here, and that rotation's coming right towards it.
This is just a very isolated area of some very strong winds.
Oh, yeah, this is coming straight towards Briarcliff and North Myrtle Beach. So North Myrtle Beach, Atlantic Beach, Briarcliff. We got a strong little baby hurricane coming at you.
Along this storm, still keeping an eye on it, but you can even tell on radar this thing is getting a lot weaker up there. I want to check on some of these other guys out over here. Yeah. These prefrontal storms are just bringing some thunder and rain right now.
It's crazy how it looks so calm right here, but this monster storm's like so close. Sutherland, VA. Probably. Let me look at VA real quick. We have a tornado warning up here. We got this tornado warning right here near Flint Hill, heading towards Marshall, the Plains, and Middleburg. Is that our only tornado warning? Nope, we got another one down here too. I'm going to connect to a different radar for that probably. We're going to take a look at this storm that's about to hit North Myrtle Beach, and I'll move that radar up there. This is looking pretty scary right here. Look at this. Look at this rotation right here. This is the most dangerous thing we have going on right now. Got a little inflow notch, little area protruding out here with some really strong rotations heading right into North Myrtle Beach.
Where is that webcam? It's just to the west of Petersburg.
I'm going to have to open another radar, actually. It's not quite there, but it's on its way. Oh, you can see some lightning flashes. I need to open up another radar so we can connect to that second area up in Virginia.
Oh, is Michigan? You guys are good over there, I'm pretty sure. I know there's some storms that were supposed to fire. Yeah, it looks like they are getting started. Yeah, over in Michigan, just some rain. But I wouldn't rule out some severe weather eventually. We do have our severe threat picking up over here as well into Wisconsin, heading towards Manitowoc.
Storm, I don't know what this thing's doing. Like it's already passed through Myrtle Beach down here, right? But we still have this really nasty area of rotation and high velocities right here, taking its sweet time. It might be just basically sitting on top of this area and just doing lots of damage. So it really doesn't look like it's moved a whole lot. Hey, it's moving. I think next scan it should probably be on top of Briarcliff at Atlantic Beach.
Actually, it's in parts of Arkansas and Tennessee, about to move into
weather in Williamsburg, Virginia. I just set up another radar on that. Is this one of the tornado warning storms up there?
This is so bad. That is just a crazy amount of smoke.
We got another tornado warning right here with a lot of velocities by Wilson's.
least 1/6, 1/7 of the United States.
Got a lot of rotation right here by Sutherland too. Is that what you're talking about? Sutherland? Yeah, we got a pretty strong rotation here in Sutherland. This is heading into Petersburg.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
This one's not tornado warned yet. I mean, I guess it's kind of in that other tornado warning.
All right, latest scan over here near Hume and Marshall, Virginia. Still,
There could have possibly been a brief tornado there already. Look at our little gate-to-gate shear pocket we have right there.
Eventually, that might try to get started. Again, these are the storms that are going to be moving into like Washington and Baltimore.
We definitely have some really good rotation in this area here. It's definitely reaching down over there.
Over here, south of Richmond.
Yeah, Sutherland, Petersburg, you guys definitely need to get in your safe places, get away from windows, inside a house somewhere. This isn't going to be like, if it drops a tornado, it's not going to be an extremely strong one, but it'll be, you know, strong enough to knock down tree branches, break windows, rip up some roofs and stuff. But if this thing produces, you need to be definitely inside, away from windows. Got a bit of rotation right here for sure in Sutherland heading towards Petersburg.
Also, Richmond is officially under severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Chester, Meadowbrook.
All right, so this rotation is on top of North Myrtle Beach now. It's not sending the lights vertical, but it's definitely cranking.
Fires burning right now in Canada. It's crazy. I still can't believe what's happening this early in the season. Still blows my mind.
Yeah, that looks good. Actually, it looks like the rotation kind of fell apart as it hit Atlantic Beach. It looks like it's wrapping out. It was looking really scary back here. We had that camera taken out back there. It looks like it's kind of lost its juice as it got closer to the coastline. Looks like good thing Atlantic Beach and North Myrtle Beach is probably lucking out right now, but there's still a lot of velocities back up here that still has yet to come. So we're still going to see some more nasty weather up at Nixon's Crossroads, Cherry Grove, possibly more North Myrtle Beach.
Some precipitation wrapping around that. That might be a very low precipitation supercell here.
Yeah, the winds don't look nearly as bad.
With another radar just to get
I mean, it's definitely blowing the street lights pretty good. I think that's roughly probably about 50, 60 mile an hour winds right now. We're probably still going to lose. I don't know. It's getting worse right now. Yeah, it's really crank. Oh yeah, it's sending them vertical.
Looks like they've allowed this northern tornado warning to expire. Not very surprising. Our rotation pretty much evaporated right before our eyes, thankfully. I'm noticing some things happening over here near Cumberland, but really don't have many close radars. But it does appear like there is some circulation trying to develop here south of Green Spring in Maryland. Not sure if that's going to do anything, but just something to note. Keep an eye on.
Oh, we're almost done in South Carolina, at least. The little last part of South Carolina. I don't know. We still got a lot of severe storms up through here coming through. Just north of North Charleston. Moncks Corner, Oakley, Uyghur, Bethera, Schulersville, Awanda, McLennanville. You got a bunch of storms coming your way. Severe thunderstorms. We definitely got a lot of reports here. Emergency manager report trees down at Santa River Road, and then we got emergency manager reported trees down on Hood Street, St. Stephen. So I'd have had a brief spin of tornado here, maybe just some really big gusts of wind.
Tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Let me just double check.
Oh, they let all of our tornado warnings expire. That's nice.
Well,
Yay, we're done in North Myrtle Beach, guys.
man, I don't know what's going on.
We survived. We still have power in North Myrtle Beach.
Weather-wise right now.
Still lightning pretty good there, though. But the winds have gone away, it seems.
But weather-wise does not have the warning, as you can see. So this is weather-wise, no warning. Radar Omega.
Let's take a look over at Nixon Crossroads. What's the closest one we have up here? Oh, the power went out there. That's where that. I think that's where that spit was.
I don't know why it disappeared on mine. That's weird.
The Bayshore Drive on US 17 North is our last area. I think we get hit North Carolina. Then it's pretty much just going to be North Carolina from this point on.
And Colonial Heights. Help if you can get another view of that circulation.
So basically, this is the last of North Carolina that has to get hit still, or South Carolina. And I think we're pretty much done in North. Well, we got a little bit down here still, but like everything behind this is just rain showers. So
they might throw a new warning on that one.
This is the one that had a tornado warning not too long ago. We got to keep a close eye on that one. Got a bit of rotation up here by Watha. This one might get tornado warning soon.
It's all the tornadoes. Hopefully not. I mean, so far we haven't been able.
Looks like we have lots of velocities heading into Nixon's Crossroads, Little River, and Cherry Grove Beach now.
So I'm really hoping that that part of the threat falls apart.
There is one tornado warning for 11 minutes.
Starting to get severe thunderstorm warnings on some of these storms.
EA up in Virginia.
This storm over here is intensifying quite a bit, and rotation is picking up near Bryan's Road.
Bryan's Road.
Heading towards Woodlawn, Fort Washington, Grovetown, Alexandria, here in Virginia.
Hey.
Yeah, if you can, I'd get a view on this one. Help.
Wow.
This one is in that. Is
yes.
Supposedly,
there's a big, strong rotation right here. Look at this hook.
This storm is in the best environment to produce a tornado. And it is trying.
Look at all these big towns where, my goodness, Baltimore. Like, we got some huge towns in these areas tonight, guys. I mean, there is probably millions of people that live in these areas tonight with all these. We've got a bit of rotation right here, too, near Owington.
Also back over here near.
It's got a little hook on it, some gate-to-gate shear right here. That little storm.
Storm near Fairland as well. This one's also in a pretty decent environment here near South Laurel and Bowie.
All these storms are rotating.
Virginia.
I'm assuming max velocity has to be live by now with all these rotations because we got a lot of crazy stuff going on. Look at this storm right here. Got a lot of rotation right here, right on top of the radar by Kensington, White Oak, Calverton, Fairland, Colesville.
It looks like North Myrtle Beach is getting impacted here by some wind.
Still no action in Bayshore.
New tornado warning has been issued in Maryland. Oh yeah. So there we go.
There's a tornadic storm heading right towards Baltimore.
On this storm.
Tornadic looking storm. It doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground at the moment, but this could definitely drop a tornado right here.
Waynewood, again, this is just south and east, or just south of Washington. Actually might miss Washington.
I think we're pretty much good here, this area. Everything's pretty much moved out the beach. We still have this little patch of storms right here between North Charleston, Wendell, and McClellanville. It's still about to get hit. North Myrtle Beach is just going to be like heavy rain at this point.
And just little tiny ports there, Virginia, near Fort Hunt and Waynewood.
Okay, so this one's finally tornado warned. Up by Marshall Hall.
It's supposed to be a thunderstorm at like 10 to 11 p or 12 a.m. Just depends. I mean, there's a lot of rain-cooled air in this area, so this could be a little bit more of a shorter-lived storm, depending on how long it can access some of.
Let me turn off some of those threats. We got too many now. Get rid of the flash flood warnings too. Got too much stuff on the radar, making it look crazy.
Tornado warning for this storm eventually as well.
All right. So this one has some really good velocities in this thing. It's got a really good looking hook on it.
Check in on this storm just to the west of Petersburg. Yeah, looks like that Colonial Heights rotation dissipated there, and this one back over here continues to be dissipated. So I really do think by the time we get to 8 minutes from now, this is going to be gone unless something else develops. And I'm still keeping an eye on this storm as well near Newtown. Still an area of
Doesn't look too
rotation
bad, but
pushing
we
off
got really
towards
big broad
northeast,
rotation here. But
near
I mean,
Salvia.
this storm has some really good structure, so definitely got to keep a close eye on
These
this
are our
one.
main storms in this area.
I mean, the
Right back
rotation's
in
really
North
broad, but
Carolina,
it's
we're still
strong,
watching
right?
some of these storms near Bellhaven. This thing's got some damaging winds heading over the Pamlico River and Aurora
Like we just
right
had an
now.
uptick in velocities in both areas right here too. So this thing's getting stronger.
Make sure you double check Myrtle.
I mean, the best thing we have right now is we have all this
storm,
precipitation and rain completely around this. It's really using up a lot of the nadir juice in the area. So
And yeah, Myrtle Beach is going to get it. Then Sun Beach.
we see a tornado. It should be fairly weak.
Sunset Beach as well. Is going to get that storm. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended our severe thunderstorm.
This is our only. Where's our other tornado warning down there?
The north and east here into North Carolina.
Let me switch radars down to the other one in Virginia.
That's pretty much what we're talking about. And looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin to expire.
So this one's tornado warned, even though this one looks worse over here.
Oh man, yeah, this storm.
It's pretty good rotation right in here.
Echo on it. Developing inflow. See those winds wrapping around in the
Last area in South Carolina is getting hit now, and the winds don't look nearly as bad. So it looks like South Carolina is pretty much done.
Overly strong, though.
We'll go ahead and close off this last video camera.
Maryland, yeah.
South Carolina.
Not surprising. I mean, to be honest, doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation yet, but this thing, again, is in an environment that should be favorable for tornadoes. So if you live in Fairland, South Laurel, Scraggsville, Odenton, you guys need
I think
to
we
be
looked
in
at
your
this
safe
one not
spots.
too long ago.
Check this radar here, see what it says.
I mean, this one definitely.
This radar has a little bit more rotation.
It's definitely got the
area, but again,
the shape to do something.
It's trying to form a mesocyclone and a hook echo.
Kind of see down there where our little pocket of rotation is.
Some inflow as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued now for this portion of the line. And we have another little surge of.
It's like we have two areas of rotation on this one.
This northern area for some tighter rotation.
Got like higher velocities here, then higher velocities right here.
Moment, but if you live in Marshall, the Plains, and Middleburg, I would be in your safe spots. This is our fourth tornado warning here. So it's definitely getting more active.
You're feeling boxed in, Tara? Where are you at, Tara? Are you in these areas? I thought you were in the Midwest. I can't remember. Oh wow, look at this one. Oh my goodness. Look at this rotation starting up over here near Owenton. This thing is really starting to crank up. Things are getting a little crazy, guys. I think this upgrade was definitely well deserved that we got today. Anybody that's just popping in, let me pull up our tornado threat for today.
Still, some broad circulation with this storm.
So we got upgraded last night. We just had a 2% chance for tornadoes here on the East Coast down in here, right? But they upgraded us to a 5% up here. And another 2% in this larger. So we have a 5% chance of tornadoes up here in the red and a 2% in the green. So that's why we're seeing so much tornadic activity right now. Oh, you're in Ohio?
I can't just read your mind.
Any estimated wind speeds in that tornado warning you said that was very intensified? Let's go see. Which one was that? I mean, we have so many. Like this one is rotating good now. This one's really rotating good. This one's rotating. Oh my goodness. Look how much tighter this got in the latest scan. This one's really getting much tighter too. Every single one of these storms has some good rotation on them. Then we have the other one up north, further up north in Virginia. Yeah, this one was intensifying right here.
Virginia. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, sometimes people just get a tornado warning and they just assume.
Looks kind of broad still, but it's definitely intensifying.
We didn't see any debris signature, so we weren't able to confirm tornadic activity via radar.
It's hard to say. So this is like this is in miles per hour right here, but it's kind of broad. But I mean, it's just 50 miles, but it's just about 100-mile-an-hour rotation in this area right here.
It's not that strong anymore. Mainly just some damaging winds there.
So that broad rotation is rotating at about 100 miles an hour in this storm.
We're still going to come back and keep an eye on it.
I mean, according to our last scan, it looks like it right here, you can really see the reds right here.
Would I be surprised if it tries again?
So in this area, this storm has 100 miles an hour average rotation throughout the entire height of the storm. We're basically seeing 100-mile-an-hour rotation here.
Just to the west of Schuler Hills.
But it may not be on the ground, right? That doesn't mean it's on the ground. That's just how fast this storm's rotating right here up in the sky.
Cocoa Keek Lawn, that's how you say that, in Fort Washington.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty scary. I'm not going to lie. This is a little concerning looking. I mean, this hook keeps looking better and better. The velocities keep intensifying on this. It's not
an interesting signature.
Not an extremely safe looking place to be in front of the storm right now. So, like, yeah, Koki, Piscataway.
It appears to be in the clear.
Got Fort Washington, Silesia, Fort Hutt. You guys all need to like get away from your windows, get in the innermost room of your house. If you're in a camper or a mobile home, you want to go into somebody's house and get away from the windows.
Over here near Kemp Mill, the tornado should happen.
If you're in a 2-story house, get on the first floor in like the middle of the house.
It shouldn't happen here.
I mean, of course, a basement's always the best option, right? But
that should be, yeah, that is a clear slot. Okay. Sometimes you got to check to make sure. Just in case. But yeah, that was definitely a clear slot.
Like, basically, if this thing would produce a tornado right now, we're probably looking at like an EF1. So
not maintain the next
just need to make sure that you're in a sturdy structure.
Is it did have a little bit extra DBZ.
Could be stronger though, right? It could get stronger. So that's just what it's looking like right now.
It did have a little bit of DBZs in there, so I wanted to make sure. All right, let's come back down here further down to the south. Just double check back with our tornado warning here in Petersburg.
And the EF scale rating isn't based on how strong a tornado is. It's how bad the damage is from it too. So, but like we still have like an idea of what the strengths are by looking at the radar. Okay, this one's tornado warning too now up here by White Oak. Got another hook on this one.
Looks like
this one is really close to the radar site.
But there's definitely some rotation developing. That's going to be for Indian Neck, Champlain, and Dunbrook. Guys need to be in your safe spots. A little update on this storm on the Maryland-Virginia border, still to the south of Washington. All right, looks like we have to wait for our newest scans to come in. So we will do that. That is now officially 5.
It's like it's pushing its way down. Looks like we have something back here too pushing down.
Extend this last one.
Got 2 areas here.
We're still at 4 tornado warnings here in Virginia. And you can see 3 of them are near the Washington area of Virginia.
Oh, you're 20 miles away from which one, Astronomy?
We have 2 in Maryland. 1
You're in Virginia?
And another one back down over here in Virginia near Tappahannock. Tappahannock. That's how you say that. But yeah, looks like the tornado threat is developing up here, unfortunately. We were hoping it wouldn't, but it is trying to develop. Yeah, no tornado yet. At least that
look at it. We got 3 tornado warnings right here. My gosh.
Tornado Explorer.
Is this Washington, D.C. right here? This is Washington, D.C., right?
This is in the path of one of our... This is a...
We literally have a tornado warning on all sides of the Capitol right now. Unreal. This is history right here, guys.
Near Liberty Hill Park.
If you're in the White House, you're safe, I promise. That thing is a beast. Ain't no EF1 gonna take down the White House. that thing will beat up an EF1 tornado. It's strong. Oh boy.
Okay. Wow.
We have a really strong rotation here still.
Okay, so this camera is literally
south of Washington, D.C. And then we got another rotating storm here north of Washington, D.C. This one's heading towards Baltimore. How many tornado warnings do we have right now?
And this is the tornado warning storm here.
You got about 10 severes, 4 tornado warnings.
Yeah, it's a bird's eye view too. Hopefully
2 of them are in Maryland.
It'd be really cool if they could
2 in Virginia. So we can see all of our tornado warnings right here on this radar. Except we got one further down. I'm gonna go check that one. Let's go a little further south to the other radar.
And again, we're looking at this storm here.
Because this one was looking pretty scary heading towards Petersburg a little bit ago.
Drops a tornado. We should be able to see it. On velocities, though, hopefully we have some time before we see that happen. Further down to the south near Fort Washington,
still have two areas of rotation right here. Got the one here in Summerton, and we got another one up here north of Colonial Heights.
Moving towards Fort Washington.
It's like the velocities or the wind speeds are really kicking up throughout storms too. Looks like we're going to see a lot of wind coming from these storms as well.
Heading towards Marshall, Blue Run Mountain Estates. Still mainly just an area here of some damaging winds pushing through Marshall. Still not seeing that broader circulation try to retighten back up.
Pretty good rotation there for sure.
Further back down to the south, away south of Washington, we have this.
I mean, I was looking at this one a little bit ago. It looks like it has really good cell structure. I mean, we see the inflow here. Keeps feeding it, and we're basically building up our rotation down here. I'll do another 3D view of this one because this one looks like our this one looks like it has the most potential to like be something for a while.
Near Hillendale, so it's looking to the north, so we won't see the storm until it passes right in front of this camera. But there's your little hook, your mesocyclone. And our camera is right.
It's still got it. I mean, it literally has two areas of like strong rotation inside this thing still.
Right down there.
This one still has lots of potential. I guess they dropped the tornado warning on it, but this one's definitely one of the more scarier looking storms right now.
Able to see the area directly under the mesocyclone, which is where
they should probably put the tornado warning back on this storm, but I guess they dropped it for now.
Have a good view on this storm. Hopefully, we'll be able to confirm with you guys as it drops. Which sometimes can be faster than the radar, so that's why we're trying to kind of giving this storm some
right on Sutherland.
On this camera view and using our radar on the bottom left instead of.
Hey, take it easy, St. Louis Weather Club. Thanks for stopping in.
Just because this could
Let's go back up north to our tornado windstorms.
So don't think I'm not watching your storm.
Lots of rotation on top of Owenton right now. So we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, so nobody freak out, right? Like, we just have a bunch of rotating storms.
Is the radar that we're using. Latest scan.
Just like I said, go inside your house away from windows if you're in front of one of these tornado warnings for now.
On our storm here, but still keeping a close eye on it.
Just don't be like staring out the window watching a tornadic storm come towards your house, you know.
If this thing's going to do anything. Back over here near Fort Washington, looks like our rotation is actually tightening up.
Got a little tightening gate to gate shear inside here. Look at this.
See that rotation.
This little area inside this. That's nuts.
Touching our reds right next to Bryan Point Road. About to move over Piscataway.
This thing might be trying to drop something right now as we speak.
Into the Fort Washington area itself. Again, this is in Maryland. You guys need to continue.
This thing could be on the ground right now.
So we just got a new update on this tornado warning down a little bit further to the south. That's going to be for Champlain. Rotation still struggling here, thankfully. Maybe a new area trying to redevelop on the southern side.
Definitely looking like
on that storm.
Closest thing we've had to a tornado today that's ready to sit on the ground for a while because we have some pretty tight gate to get shear right here.
And yeah, this storm now has pretty much zero rotation.
I'm gonna take another 3D view of this here again in like 2 minutes. We'll get an update on it. This one's looking pretty sloppy up here still, but it's still rotating.
Is the storm going to pass Richmond? Yes, the storm is, whoa. The camera just got more green. Why did it get so green?
This one's looking pretty sloppy out here, too. Still tornado warn.
To it. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy. That is also possible. Yeah, so Richmond, over here near Mechanicsville and Highland Springs, 60-mile-per-hour winds should be coming through you guys right now.
Hey, no problem, Crunchy. Thanks for stopping in.
For you guys. So once that rain starts to subside in Richmond, you guys are going to be good to go. I wouldn't go outside, though. South of
this thing might have had a brief touchdown there for just a minute or so.
I know it's near Washington.
Looks like it's going to have to reform with the way this storm structure is, but
Let me see where that is. We'll come back over to the big screen. And
We had some pretty high velocities close together there for a minute in the storm.
Yeah, no, you guys are good. There is near Annapolis Junction, if you're talking about that. And that
And
is a
it's really
tornado
trying right in through here.
Just depends. Oh man, a little bit stronger. Rear flank downdraft on this storm. Again, our camera is located right here, the one that we've been watching. So that's why we've been watching it pretty closely. Yeah, maybe a little bit stronger of a rear flank downdraft that might kick off the storm.
Let's go for some Virginia street cams. I've never even looked up Virginia street cams before.
On radar right now, so not expecting to see a tornado yet, but you know, sometimes you don't need that much rotation. Sometimes, storm just produces a small NATO. So that's why we're watching it, seeing if we see anything. The radar.
Well, white line, let me pull up our threat for today. If there's anybody that's just now stopping in, let's go ahead and take a look at so yesterday we only had a 2% chance for tornadoes, but they upgraded us. So we have a 2% chance for tornadoes in the green area, and then a 5% chance right here in the reds. So we got upgraded today. So, and I think this upgrade was very warranted because we're seeing lots of rotation up here in this red area. I mean, we just had 3 tornado warnings all on all sides of Washington D.C. just a minute ago. We just got another tornado warning right here. We still have 3 tornado warnings here. Like all these storms are rotating.
Has been issued back over here.
So it's been pretty crazy today.
Right in here, there's your area of rotation. Heading towards Whedonville, Alnut, Ambar, Bertheville, and Dahlgreen. Here in Virginia. So you guys need to be getting into your safe spots. Eventually, that's going to be trying to track into Maryland as well. A little update on this storm. Still watching this area a little bit further to the south, near Champlain. Still to see if this is going to try to intensify. So far, not seeing a correlation coefficient associated with any of our rotations at this moment, meaning I don't see a tornado on the ground with any of these storms right now. I think the closest one that we have to producing a tornado was this one, but it does seem like the rotation is getting a little bit weaker.
Right, this application doesn't like me.
Would not rule out a brief tornado with these storms, even though the radar doesn't look too crazy. I'd still be in your safe spots in all of these areas, like Middleburg, over here near Fort Washington.
Arlington County live traffic cameras.
Near Bowie, South Laurel, Odenton, back down here near Dahlgren, and then back over here just to the north and west of Tappahannock here in Virginia. So a couple areas need to be watching their storm. None of the rotations, at least on radar, are looking crazy.
But we got some crazy street cams in Arlington. Was I like pointed right at the ground?
No confirmed tornadoes yet out of any of these storms that we've heard of.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 4 total tornado warnings right now.
Over here in West Virginia. Wow.
West Virginia.
For this area of circulation, that's over there near Greenwood. No debris signature, but definitely an area of rotation trying to happen. About to head into Sleepy Creek Wildlife Management Area. Right in here, there's your area of rotation. Moving off to the north and east, would certainly be sheltered in place for the storm. And that brings us now up to 6 tornado warnings.
We do have some Virginia cameras right here.
Virginia and Maryland.
We have cameras all over. So now I'm set up in case we do see something pretty crazy. We can go ahead and click on the camera now. Right now, I don't see anything that really warrants street view at the moment, but we do, we still got big rotation right here on this storm near, was this Accocheck and Piscataway? It's heading up towards Fort Washington, Silesia, friendly. Got quite a bit of huge broad rotation on this storm here. It is still tornado warned. Still got this tornado warning up here on this one up here that's still looking pretty sloppy. Still looking sloppy. We got our rotation in here, but doesn't look too scary at the moment.
That's just like a video problem.
This one's definitely cranking and it's trying to do something. Got a big, large, broad area up here too. It's rotating.
Not flashing anymore.
Oh my goodness. We have two more down here, and then we have the new one up in West Virginia. Yeah, we got some rotation up here in West Virginia too. Heading towards
tornado on the ground.
Hedgesville up in West Virginia, Clear Spring.
Like that was a video glitch. Latest scan on this.
Let's go back to our southern VA camera.
That's just my brutal honesty here. Over here near Glen Burnie, I mean, the rotation is pretty much non-existent. No debris signature. There's not a single iota of rotation.
This camera this radar feels like it's probably a little too far away.
So it's about to become pretty outflow.
At this point, let me see.
See if that merger helps it. Sometimes it can, but that is not looking tornadic. This one over here near Middleburg, definitely not looking tornadic.
We have so many radars in Washington, it's nuts.
Definitely got another gust here that they're probably going to.
I'm already connected to KWLX. I believe this is an airport radar here.
We have a little
yeah.
Here means that we could see a new circulation develop over there just to the north and west of New Baltimore. Back over here near Martinsburg.
We're pretty much stuck on just the one radar near Washington right now.
West Virginia. About to push into like near Hancock and Hagersville here in Maryland.
There's one here in Sterling.
Still an interesting area.
Oh wow, yeah, this is looking pretty tight right here by Wheatonville. This is completely rain wrapped too. I mean, this is a pretty good rotation right inside this massive area of rain.
They're south of Winbrook.
It's looking really strong, guys. This might be on the ground.
This is probably our most tornadic rotation in this storm near Piscataway and heading towards Thrift.
We might have a tornado on the ground right here. Pretty high velocities, really tight rotation.
Back over here near
yeah, Wheatonville, getting your safe spots coming towards Dahlgreen.
On this rotation.
It's like a fairly small storm, but yeah, those velocities are really tight on this thing.
Our wind speeds are increasing out in front of the storm, and it is still a tight circulation. Not quite there producing a tornado yet, as we don't have a debris signature yet, but
pretty sure we might have had a brief touchdown right here, guys. This looks like it's really trying to do something right here.
A little bit further to the south of that, this area of rotation looks even weaker now, south of Champlain. So this storm is definitely struggling.
Fairly sure we might have had a touchdown. This could be on the ground. Definitely take your safe spots in Wheatonville and Dahlgreen.
You guys can see all the warnings and how they've progressed here for a little bit.
Not seeing any clear, defined like debris signature or anything on the storm, but that rotation was really tight. Still is really tight. We got pretty tight gate to gate here. Signatures right here, guys.
Tornado Explorer.
And we still got a lot of rotation down here by Tappahannock and Champlain. Probably butchering that.
Coming in for this storm here shortly, in my opinion. Actually, one of the tighter circulations we've seen.
This one's really starting to pick up in rotations here by Piscataway.
No debris signature yet, but that's pretty darn close. At least for this part of the line.
Guys, today's nuts. I can't believe we have this many rotations going on in one area. I have to get me something to drink really quick.
Folks that'll probably be asked to go to their safe spots is Broad Run, Little Georgetown, over there near Antioch and Crescent.
Aberdeen, Ohio.
Long Level Estates in Hopewell. So if you guys live in that area, just
I don't know if anything's. I'm in Ohio myself.
To go into your safe spots immediately, and if I was in Little
Ohio's good though. We don't have any threat for tornadoes in Ohio. Just maybe some thunderstorms possibly. Let me pull this up again. This is our tornado threat for today, guys. If you're concerned about severe weather, make sure you're inside this area because we have like millions of people pretty much in this area today for the threat. So yeah, if you're asking me about a certain area, please keep it inside this blue circle. I don't want to be trying to sound rude or anything. I just want to make sure that everybody gets help, like inside the area where we have a tornado threat. Because there's a lot of people that live inside this threat for today. I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. I didn't even think we were going to stream today, and then we got upgraded at the last minute. So, but yeah, pretty much if you're not in this area, you don't need to be worrying about tornadoes at all today.
Rotation is still in progress here, but it is looking a lot broader and weaker than before. And this is in West Virginia, about to cross over close to Hancock, but it's really looking.
We might see some severe weather in Ohio next week, though. I was watching Max Velocity's video earlier, his forecast for next week. I think it's like Tuesday or something. I might see some action.
In Maryland. Wow. Okay, this circulation is actually getting a little bit more organized.
Yeah.
Hope. And what should
I'm gonna take a 3D scan of this one really soon because we're getting a really tight velocity scan right here on this one.
Like this, maybe including Danville, pretty close to Rosaryville as well.
See if we have a debris signature from this thing.
Southern rotation is becoming our dominant
I don't think so.
Here south of Windbrook, you can see that rain is wrapping around that rotation right in there. There's your inflow. Probably can feel that warmer air coming over Broad.
This one might be dropping, guys. Really tight rotation on this one too. This one could very well be on the ground as well.
That mesocyclone is developing here on radar.
Very high possibility we have a tornado on the ground right here.
Over here near Dahlgreen. Looks like our rotation is now.
Guys, make sure you're in your safe place in these storms right here. This one that we're looking at right now.
That is meaning that still struggling.
Let me pull up Piscataway, see where this is, and see if we have any houses out here. I'm sure that, like, all these areas probably have tons of houses.
But one that is, I would say, still struggling out over there. And this
where is my Google Maps?
Almost has completely lost all of its marbles there. So not worried about that storm anymore. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in,
I haven't looked at the power outages in a while.
Maryland, West Virginia, and Virginia.
Yeah, so we had about 2,000 people lose power, 2,000 households in Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. Now they're, oh my goodness, 10,000 households in Henry County lost power. Holy smokes! So South Carolina got hit really bad today so far.
Been allowed to expire.
Virginia or North Carolina is not looking too bad. Let's look at Virginia.
Radar confirmed tornadoes yet.
So Buckingham County's gotten hit the worst so far today. Couple, not too bad in Cumberland and Amelia County, but yeah, Buckingham got hit pretty good. I want to pull up Google Maps for this storm right here because this is looking really concerning by Piscataway. This thing could be on the ground possibly.
I-95 cam, can I please pull up? Let me see where I-95 is.
Piscataway, Virginia.
Is that the camera that we're looking at right here?
No, that's New Jersey.
Can you show me on the map where this is, really quick?
Are we in New Jersey right here? Yeah, yep. There's the border right here. Piscataway, New Jersey.
Wow, that's like it's about to get hit by the
Okay, yeah. So there's just nothing but houses everywhere out here. So if you're anywhere near Piscataway, you definitely want to take shelter because this thing is like really rotating well. It looks really tight. Looks like this thing could drop on the ground at any moment. Near Piscataway. It's just east of Piscataway right now. We have a really strong rotation right here. It's not like a life-threatening situation, but it could definitely do some damage.
So keep a close eye on it. The circulation is not there yet, but that's the one that's just off the left of the screen. This storm definitely has an impressive area of circulation. Still no debris signature yet, but if you live near Blandford Village,
yeah, the scan's way too far behind. I'm not seeing the gate-to-gate shears. This is from when it's really broad.
would definitely be in your safe
I'll try to check the 3D view on it again here in a little bit.
All right, back over here, north of that, storm is still struggling here near South Laurel, and Laurel still not overly concerned about this storm yet.
Got a bit of rotation over West Laurel, but
back over here
looks really broad.
Near Fredericksburg in Virginia. We still have this area of circulation south and east of Amber moving off to the north and east, but look at that. Even less illuminated here. So this tornado warning's probably.
I mean, this thing's keeping a. They've been keeping a tornado warning on this, but it's
Maryland, unless something changes here shortly. And this one, I mean,
it's got a bit of an inflow notch right here. Like it's trying, it's picking up some rotation, but
meaning that our winds are going pretty much in the same direction.
Doesn't look too concerning at the current moment
in this area. So that's great to see. That's what you want to see in a storm that's tornado warned. If you don't want to get hit by a tornado, though, some people every now and then come into chat and they're like, "What? No tornado for me? I'm sad."
I mean, it's trying. I mean, see, this is our inflow notch here, and it's got all kinds of mess rotating down in here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado of this. It could happen. Just gotta put itself together.
Our grays and reds went away. Our brighter greens going into blue went away. So
Clinton, Maryland, higher population. Juan, what's going on? Are you worried about Clinton, Maryland?
So it was a brief circulation. I got pretty close there. You know, honestly, would it surprise me if we get a confirmed?
Right now, the two storms that look the worst right now are by Wheatonville right here, and then this one up here. This one up here by Piscataway is looking the most dangerous right now. These are our two most dangerous looking storms at the moment.
Because our winds, our rotation has
let me pull up what you're talking about.
On that storm. Let's come back over here to West Virginia. Check in on our Sleepy Creek storm. Yeah, Sleepy Creek storm is also losing its rotation quite quickly there.
Clinton, MD.
That seems to be the moral of the story for a lot of our storms.
Okay, so you're just on the southern part of Washington.
Pretty quick, and then they try again, and then they lose it. So
right now, Clinton's good. You do have a tornado warning south of you in Clinton, but
today has been crazier than you expected.
Wait, no, actually, you're really close to this tornado warning in Clinton.
Isn't that crazy?
Definitely, I would say get away from windows, basement if you have one. Innermost room of your house. Don't be looking out no windows. You know, if you're in a camper or a mobile home, you definitely want to be inside like a well-built structure. With this, we have a really strong rotation, really close to Clinton right now. So you need to be prepared. I mean, it looks like it's south of you. You're probably getting some really heavy rain and thunderstorms right now in Clinton, but you have this really strong rotation just southeast of you or southwest of you right now.
Baldwin.
Let's try to get another 3D view of this thing. I mean, it has a very well pronounced hook. I mean, anybody that doesn't know anything about storms, you can clearly see where we have a really good rotation right here. Like, I mean, that's obvious that we got the green and the red. The green means the wind's blowing this way. The red means the wind's blowing this way. My arrows are really bad, but yeah, we have a really strong rotation right here in Clinton.
Our winds, the reds, are going in this direction, but you can see we have a lot of grays in between, meaning that this rotation is still a little bit on the broadside, so we're probably not going to see a debris signature when we switch over to here, and we don't. So we still don't have a confirmed, or at least radar-confirmed tornado yet, but I mean, this rotation very well could tighten up still and drop a tornado. This is another one of our potentially stronger rotations here.
Like, this is where it's trying to do it right here.
Now and again, this is in Maryland.
We have a really strong, larger, broad area, but you can see right here where it's really starting to pick up here in the inner parts of it, where you may see a tornado drop down, like right in here.
Washington. Looks like traffic is increasing on this camera. Exactly sure what's coming.
I mean, this thing could be on the ground. I don't know if we have any eyes on this thing. I don't know if there's any storm chasers on this. It's now double warned.
So I'm wondering if they're seeing the storm and maybe getting scared, or maybe there's a light here. Could be a light. I see a light in the distance. I just wanted to check to make sure there wasn't anything else going on. Just watch it for a little bit. And it seems like there might be a light behind us. Yeah, that's this storm. Fortunately, we don't have like a great view of the storm itself, but if anything happens, what is going on? Our storm chaser,
this one still has some really good rotation here. They just went through Wheatonville.
Has caught a rainbow. Wait.
Oh, we got a rainbow, guys.
Rainbow?
Rainbow NATO, guys. Rainbow NATO. Heck yeah.
You know
we needed that.
Can't always see the storm.
But you can see the rainbows. How's everybody doing today?
Storm chasers are wasting gas. What are you talking about, man? What do you think? Like, because they don't see a tornado constantly, it's just not worth going out and chasing a storm.
A new tornado warning.
No, they're still keeping the warning on this storm, surprisingly.
This thing looks like it's broadening out a little more now.
Yeah,
Looks
I
like it's
see,
losing some of
honestly,
its.
You kind of see why. It's not super obvious, but there is some increasing greens here, and we do have some grays and reds.
Looking a little less threatening here. And it's definitely going south of Clinton at this point.
Is there technically?
I still want to like stress that you know, issue with these storms because we're in areas where there is nothing but there's no open country out here. There's nothing but houses in front of this storm, right? So even though it may not be a tornado on the ground, we got to pay really close attention to these storms because, yeah, this is nothing but houses out here. This isn't like a normal day of watching severe weather. We got houses every single inch of these storms. So if this hits the ground or any of these manage to hit the ground, I mean, there's people that are going to be affected pretty much 100%.
That warning's going to be out of here shortly if it's not already. Yeah, it'll be out of here shortly. Back over here near South Riding. This
One's still got a lot of rotation right here.
Virginia.
Yeah, if this was like out in the middle of nowhere, you know, like we normally have, we usually have tornadoes out in like Texas where it's nothing but desert, you know, like whatever, right? But no, this is a pretty deal today. So
was it over here? Yeah, the tornado warning near Dahlgreen has been allowed.
We have a tornado. Houses are definitely going to get hit.
Continue to fade. I mean, those reds continue to fade.
I mean, we just looked at Piscataway. Like, let me pull that back up on Google Maps.
A whole lot of intense greens on the map, which means that circulation is still.
Like, look, there's nothing but houses everywhere here. You can get a little bit of forest here and there, but there's just so many houses.
Tornado warning to expire here near the Tappan.
Especially Piscataway. This is completely nothing but houses all through this area.
And that's the latest. A little bit of a broad screen view. Let's check back in with this camera. Is this the only camera that we have in the path of this storm? Is there anyone like maybe a little bit further up to the north where we could still maybe see a view?
Let me pull up Piscataway on the cameras.
Maybe one that's just a little bit farther away, but might still be facing towards. Yeah, the one near Camp.
Maybe Clinton will be on here. Clinton. I don't know if maybe because these towns are not actually in Virginia anymore. They're basically in Maryland. I don't know if there's a lot of street cams from Maryland. Rainbow NATO, you liked my joke, huh?
The storm near Baltimore.
This one's looking really sloppy. I'm surprised they still have this tornado warning.
In West Virginia has officially been allowed to expire, and so has this one near Blue Run Mountain Estate. So we are now down to, believe it or not, only 2 tornado warnings.
We're about to get a break, it looks like.
Actually,
things are calming down for a little bit.
Because there's 2 tornado warnings on this storm, but it's 2 tornado warned storms.
Looks like everything's completely finished in North Carolina. Everything's moved off the coast at this point.
But you can definitely see a clear hook echo.
We had like 45-mile-an-hour winds reported in Beaufort.
Storm still coming over the Cheltenham area. And a tornado would
60-mile-an-hour winds reported in Sunset Beach, Bowie.
Signature, thankfully. But I still want Cheltenham, Rosaryville, Lantry, Chrome, and Marlton to continue to be in their safe spots, just in case this storm, continues to try to reorganize that rotation. It's been a little bit of a secular supercell, which means the rotations have been up and down on this storm quite consistently. But it's been.
I mean, just looking at all the velocities too, like every single one of these storms, whether they're big or not. I mean, just everything's still rotating everywhere.
And then be caught outside of your safe spots when it decides.
Rotation here, you got rotation here. It's like we got rotations all throughout these storms. Some by Bowling Green's rotating a little bit.
Oh yeah. Huh. our terminal radar right next to it says 0 rotation.
It's like Washington's in good shape. They're just getting some thunderstorms.
Interesting.
I haven't been to Washington, D.C. since like 1996 or 97 when I was in like 8th grade. That's so long ago.
You see, the storm's actually outflow dominant. And
Long time ago.
Radar, so we're going to trust that one over the one that's far away. And yeah, from the terminal radar itself, it looks like this thing is actually losing its rotation as we speak. These scans come in, I think, once every minute.
Yeah, it's really broad.
So
still rotating though.
That means that we're getting a much more up-to-date view on the storm from this radar that's closer by.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks pretty creepy on this 3D view though, I'd say.
Would you be concerned about the storm near Baltimore?
This is really lower velocities, but it looks like this thing is really rotating really well. I have the velocities turned down really low right now. Hold on, let me turn them up higher.
Telling me which state that's at. I asked you last time, and you still haven't told me.
A little bit higher. Like this thing's still trying. Don't get me wrong. It's trying to do something.
It doesn't look like this storm has made it to
2 areas here. If they just scrunch together.
You are in the cone. What?
I don't know if the storm's dying or it's recycling. It's hard to say.
Aren't making sense. I don't know what's going on. Also, a little severe thunderstorm warning over here near Panama City, by the way. 60 mile.
I mean, it's really hard to say what these storms are doing exactly in these environments too, because it's like
also back over here south of Richmond.
We have lots of rain around here, right? So a lot of the nadir juice is being used up. Like we watched Max Velocity's forecast earlier. You know, he's talking about if we get like an isolated supercell with nothing around it, it's a very high chance that it'll drop a tornado and keep it on the ground for a while. But like right now, see how we kind of have like clear skies out here, so the sun might be coming out. So it's basically recharging the atmosphere that's going to be coming into this storm. So this thing still is able to feed off this warm air. So the fact that, you know, we have some clear skies right here is definitely helping this thing to stay, you know, tornadic. It's pretty much any of these areas today. If it gets sunny out again, and then you have another line of storms come, those things are basically recharged and ready to, you know, be dirty again.
Oh, it's up here. Okay, so this camera that we're watching is right here. Mark that on the map.
It's our only. They still got this one tornado warned up by Baltimore. We haven't even, let's just take a look at this one just to see what it's doing.
If this storm were to produce a tornado,
just a little bit of rotation here, and then there's rotation here on this.
Really weak.
Maybe they're just keeping this warning because it's heading into Baltimore. I mean, that city has like 1 million people living in it.
If the camera's fuzzy, that means there's probably a lot of rain on it. A lot of rain. And what that does is the camera focuses on the rain and then it looks fuzzy. Fortunately, there's not much we can do. Traffic cameras are unfortunately not maintained by professional camera peeps.
Yeah, this thing just doesn't look too threatening. The one up here by Baltimore.
At least from this camera view, that it's raining. It doesn't seem like it's hailing too hard.
Most of our velocities are in the upper level. Some of them reaching down up here in the fronter part of the storm. Like up here, like these are the only areas where the velocities are kind of reaching down up here by Simpsonville and Gufford.
Still a little bit of rotation.
Buford? I don't know how you say it.
Contrivance, but it's definitely on the weaker side here.
So basically, our rotations that are closest to the ground are further up here. Yeah, in this storm.
This storm near Rosaryville,
like up in here.
Has actually lost all of its rotation. It's now outflow dominant, mainly just a wind threat. They'll probably let that tornado warning expire unless they're warning it based on this radar. If they're warning it based on this radar, we'll probably see it extended a little bit further off to the east here in Maryland. Because that is indicating technically that we have rotation.
It's like we got a little pocket getting tighter in here right here.
On this radar, you can see that rotation showing up a lot. You got those greens next to the reds there. But closer to the surface where, you know, a tornado would actually form, not aloft. or not above the surface.
That's where the rotation's really tight right here.
This little boundary,
Right on top of Cheltenham.
you see how that's kind of curved just like that? The reds are on this side. The greens are solidly on this side. That is indicating that our storm is outflow dominant. Our mesocyclone would be back in here. Here's the storm's mouth, the inflow. And outflow dominant means there's cold air behind this line. And you can see that cold air is actually moving out in front of the mesocyclone and into the storm's mouth, right? Imagine it has teeth, right? And storms do not like cold air. They do not like cold air. So this storm is throwing up an outflow boundary. Just a lot of cold air working its way into the storm, which is why the storm is struggling right now.
Still trying, though.
Right,
it's not giving up.
Latest tornado warning update here. Yeah, it looks like they're still saying it's radar indicated, not on the ground. I would imagine they do expire it unless they're just going to be.
Looks like they just renewed this tornado warning here in this area in Cheltenham.
Right, and extend it just because there is so much rotation aloft.
Take a look around at all these other storms.
Come through. I didn't even get
if anybody's concerned about weather anywhere, go ahead and let it flow. If you're worried about any area, it's fine right now. We're pretty much down to just this one area, I think.
Let me just make sure I didn't mute it.
But yeah, I can go ahead and go over our threat for today again.
We have a new tornado warning down here for Temple Man, Nomini Grove, Mount Holly.
We got a 2% chance for tornadoes here in the green and a 5% in the red. We did get it upgraded today. Let me look at tomorrow's.
We have a couple areas of rotation. You can see those brighter greens.
Oh man, now we got a 2% chance out in Oklahoma tomorrow. So Oklahoma actually grabbed themselves a 2% chance for tornadoes tomorrow.
Here in our radar, and
this is day three for some thunderstorms.
So, do I think that rotation is strong enough yet to produce a tornado? Not yet. I still think it's technically on the weaker side.
Keeps trying,
but certainly worth, I think, being in your safe spots just in case.
It just keeps trying.
Together at the last moment.
I say it's got a little bit of a warm air out here, so it's getting fed. The storm's getting fed. Let's say if this area was full of rain showers right here, this thing would be falling apart right now, I think.
North Laurel. Isn't that like up here? Yeah, there's West Laurel. Yeah, North Laurel.
We got a little bit of rotation right here by Pops Creek.
The storm is just to the north of you.
Pope's Creek?
Circulation will stay to your north. So if you
I'm going to go ahead and look around at some more of these other storms real quick.
In the tornado warning here near Stevens Road or like Hammond's Promise, or just south of the inner.
This one definitely maintains the higher velocities in this rotation. It's still broad, but I mean it's not stopping.
Folks that still need to be in their safe spots for this storm a little bit further up to the north here is going to be like Guilford, King's Contrivance, Skaggsville, Simpsonville, Columbia, Waterloo. We have a Long Beach area, Owen Brown, Mission Heights. People that can come out of their safe spots are like Hillsboro, West Laurel, Walker Hill, New Birmingham Manor.
A little baby storm forming here by Wakefield.
In Maryland. And again, this is just to the south and west of Baltimore. You can see Baltimore's right up there. Hopefully we don't have to get a tornado warning issued for Baltimore, because that's going to be a lot of people running to their safe spots, but better safe than sorry if it does happen. But so far this storm has not produced, but just because I think this is such a highly populated area, I think they're being extra careful.
We'll go down to North Carolina, see if we got anything going on down here.
The possibility of parts of Baltimore being put into a tornado warning here in a little bit.
Looks we got a line of storms coming through Raleigh.
Leesburg, Ashburn, Martinsburg. Still watching out for the potential here for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Have not seen any new circulations really develop along this part of the line in quite a while. So hopefully that continues to stay quiet.
Go back and check South Carolina, see if anything else is happening down here.
Maryland, Dunkirk, Maryland.
Like the sun, looks like the sun came out back down here in South Carolina, so basically the atmosphere is getting recharged. It is getting kind of late though. Yeah. At this point, it's probably too late because it's almost 8 o'clock down here in South Carolina.
This is a terminal radar. The best way to think about radars.
There is a little bit of rotation up here by Great Falls though.
This radar is looking really far away from the storm. If you come over to like a blank map and draw something here. So that radar that's near Washington, say there's storms over here, right?
Like everything's still rotating everywhere, even down here in South Carolina.
Right.
Got a little group of storms down here. They're all rotating still. This environment's just so favorable for rotating storms. Even this little baby guy right here on top of Cornwall, it's got a little notch of rotation on it. Every single storm that forms is rotating.
And so tornadoes do form on the bottom part of the storm. So that's the part I am most interested on this storm. And so this one back over here near Washington is looking way up into the storm. But this one back over here is looking closer to the surface here near Myrtle. And as you can see, closer to the surface, we're not.
You actually had a tornado warning up here in West Virginia a little bit ago.
Like
I never took a close look to it because it's just like a lot of forest up here in West Virginia. So we can connect to Pittsburgh.
We do still have some decent rotation on this storm. So
It looks like we got a lot of flash flood warnings coming into Pittsburgh. Man, it's been raining in Pennsylvania all day. They definitely got those flash flood warnings going.
Then they'll extend this into near Marlboro Village, Lothian here in Maryland. All right, coming back down to the storm over here near Montrose. Yeah, it looks like we're still kind of dealing with the same things. We still got the brighter greens here.
It's like we're having a storm merger.
And still some grays and reds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So right down here, we're looking at this bottom area here. So right here, we have like the base velocities over here on the side. Basically, we got the little scale. So these numbers going up means the wind speed going one way, and that's the wind speed going the other way. So right here where we have red, we got winds going one direction, and green, we have winds going the other direction. So that's how we see in this area right here, which would be inside of the storm right here. This is where the rotation's at. That's how we see if the winds are spinning. And then also, this right here is basically normalized rotation. It basically just makes it easier to spot out the rotations. So we have like the reds and greens right here. We can also see that we have a rotation right here. This is one of the tornado warning storms, by the way. So those are two ways we can tell it's rotating. Then I kind of have this little miles per hour thing right here. So I can see how many miles per hour the wind's actually rotating. So we got like red and some green. I basically added in a bunch of poop green right here to just basically cut out the weak stuff, right? Because I only want to see strong rotations showing. And as you can see this storm, right? This storm is very weak, right? So if this did produce a tornado, it'd be like an EF0 or an EF1. Because it's basically barely making it off the poop scale or whatever. This setting is what I put here myself. I basically just added in this poop green to basically just hide all the low velocities.
And he says that he hasn't heard anything. It would pop up on the scanners. The medical people.
But I mean, yeah, not SRV doesn't always look like this. It's just the way I have it set. Kind of like blends in with the environment too, right? So like you have some like high velocities right here. You see like over here by Pope's Creek, these higher velocities really stick out like a sore thumb right here. Just makes it real easy to see them. Like here we have a tornado warning right here. We got another higher area of velocities.
On this storm just yet. And it would surprise me if we did get one, but I still want folks out there to be in their safe spots and respecting this storm because again,
there's also a way we can tell if there's a tornado on the ground right here. This is called the correlation coefficient. This thing's basically checking to see if there's debris up in the air. So like when we have a lot of interference, but anywhere you see like greens and blues, it's basically the radar's picking up debris in an area. So like say if we had a little tornado here and it was on the ground doing damage, we'd see like a little circle right here filled in with blue, and then we would know that there's actually a tornado right there doing damage. That's how it would show up on the correlation coefficient.
Oh boy. Patuxent Fairway, heading up towards Long Beach and Montgomery Run. Again,
but yep, there's multiple ways.
But again, it could tighten up. Be in your safe spots just in case it tries to wrap up a little bit quicker. Because again, the environment out in this area
Yeah, you can just kind of see if I zoom this out, you just see greens and reds all over the place, right? Basically the whites are like zero miles per hour of rotation.
Rain cooled air out in this area. And again, the storms don't like that rain cooled air, so they're struggling right now. But that doesn't mean they'll always only be eating that rain cooled air.
And we can actually see some areas where the wind's not even blowing in between these two areas where it's basically rotating around.
Storms likes makes it into it for about 5-10 minutes, and then all of a sudden you got a tornado on the ground. So that's why we're being cautious out here with these NATO warnings. So just be in your safe spots when you get one issued, even if the rotation doesn't look really crazy yet. Because sometimes these storms can get crazy fast, and you just don't want to second guess them.
Like Baltimore still has some big rotation. It's extremely broad though. They keep tornado warning this thing.
Still not in a tornado warning. The storm that's approaching Lothian is technically moving to your south right now. But it could make a pretty close approach to you, so you don't have to be in your safe spots yet, but this is going to be your threat for today. I thank you, Sinothian, for the 5, considering we did have one here in Daldic 2 weeks ago. How is the Dundalk, Baltimore city area looking? I mean, it's conditional tornado threat. It's possible that something could eventually develop.
Yeah, like right now, right here, but Astronomy Kid was just saying we got like a storm merger happening right here too.
Again, another area, not super strong rotation.
Actually didn't get a good, let's take a look at this storm merger.
If you live in Newport, Dentsville, Charlotte Hill, Hall, you guys just need to be in your safe spots there. That our closest radar is that.
Whenever we have storm mergers like that too, it usually messes with things. You know, like we had this gap in between these storms right here, and they just merged together.
Across the board, the mid levels of our storms are definitely rotating.
Like it's still maintaining its rotation at the moment, even though it just another storm just basically came inside it. But yeah, this merger might cause some issues. And at this point too, our rotation's right in the middle, so if this thing was the form of tornado, it'd be completely rain wrapped. You wouldn't even be able to see it. New tornado warning. Astronomy Kid, you need to add me on Discord.
Yeah, EMS and fire would be chatting like it about.
Let me type it. You have Discord, right?
Calls come in so quickly. The calls come in very quickly. Folks, like the EMS get the calls about injuries, and then when you get a call,
You have Discord, right, Astronomy Kid?
About damage, and they'll give their.
We need to make a Discord soon. I've only been streaming for about 2 months. I'm disabled. I've been doing this. I've been watching storms for about 8 years now since I became disabled. Man, I was always watching all the big streamers, and I know we always had people like, you know, they get like 30,000 people in their streams, and people try to ask and like, I want to know what's going on. Is there a tornado at my house? Am I safe? You know, it's like they can't read the chat and help every single person, right? You know, you can't help 30,000 people in chat, so that's why I decided to do this. I tried to started streaming on YouTube Shorts to try to help more people, and it's been fun. Like, I actually enjoy this. So, you have Messenger? Oh man, you need to get Discord. I'm surprised you haven't heard Discord. Discord's like community, so like Mass Velocity has a Discord too, where they got like 1,000 people in there just all talking and looking at the radar together. It's like an online platform, so like we can have a channel that's like focusing on storms and stuff before they get bad. Yeah, Astro Kid, get Discord. You're crunchy. He's so involved, and I love it. I think he should. I need his Discord so we can, when we set up the Discord, we can like we have our storm channel set up and ready to go for when we're gonna go stream. Just go to discord.com. Surprised you've never heard of it. Discord's basically Messenger is what it is. It's a messenger. It's like a big giant chat room, right? It's just like the chat room, but we have like different channels. And we can link videos and pictures and have, like, we can have a channel for severe weather. We can have a channel for, like, tomorrow. Then we can have a channel for max velocity. We can have a channel for Ryan Hall and a channel for all the storm chasers. I just haven't put it together yet. I met a guy like 2 days ago. He's going to help me set it up.
But the difference about this storm in comparison to some of our other storms, this storm doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation aloft. So there might be an argument for this storm's tornado warning to be
I know, and an astronomy kid would be perfect for the Discord because he's all about hopping on these storms and looking at the stuff.
Not like these storms down here where we're seeing more rotation.
And he's a moderator, so he needs to be in it.
All right, let's check our radar closer to the ground here. We're actually starting to see that rotation work its way down to the surface a little bit more. You can see those reds are getting brighter.
Completely rain wrapped at this point.
Northern side, and our area of rotation is about to head into Leon near Glendenning.
Most likely you're gonna have to recycle with this storm merge. Oh wow, look at that little blip right here showing up. It's trying. You got to give this storm credit for trying to produce a tornado. I mean, it's been trying for a while. It dropped a little piece out there.
Latest scan on this storm, kind of the opposite story. Rotation isn't doing that great near the surface. We do definitely.
That looks very scary. If you look at it right here, man, this thing might be trying to drop something now. I'm going to bring the slider scale over. So that's really not that low of velocities. This thing might be trying to drop something here.
Still struggling near the surface.
I turn up the velocities, but as I move the velocities down, you can see where it's actually connecting down to the ground. Like, this thing's really trying to drop a tornado right now, I think.
Kill Marnot. There's really horrible radar coverage out here. Yeah,
I mean, the 3D views do not lie. You can absolutely see what's going on with that 3D view. Like, you clearly see a tight funnel of rotation right here, reaching down to probably about 2,000 feet right here. From 20,000 feet to 2,000 feet, you can see this tight area of circulation.
We wait for the next scan. Silver Spring camera? Is it like a traffic cam?
I've probably been zero to weather for 2 years.
Summer months? Gotcha.
Yeah, I started when I became disabled. I started watching Pico's Hank and then Reed Timmer. And next thing you know, it's like, oh my God, I love tornadoes. Then next thing you know, I got weather anxiety. I never cared about weather at all until I see tornadoes on video, and I'm like, oh my goodness, these are scary. And my mom's house in like 1960 something, her house got completely destroyed by a tornado when she was a kid.
Really hasn't shown much signs at all of organizing. That's my opinion. I think they're going to allow it to expire, but I could be wrong. Sometimes the NWSs in different areas are a little bit more cautious.
I think if Evan Freiberger seen my latest 3D scan, he would disagree that this thing's gonna give up right now. Because it definitely looks like it's been more.
The news just reported a funnel cloud.
This is the most condensed it's been yet, I think. It might be because of the storm merger too. This thing would be completely rain wrapped if it does drop a tornado.
The Columbia storm?
I haven't looked at any of the other ones lately. Oh wow, look at this one over here by Pope's Creek. We got a bit of rotation down here too.
That's not debris. You see, okay, so this is a great learning moment for the people that are trying to learn radar. So you see right here, there's our heavy rain and reflectivity, right? Our tornado.
Oh man, stuff's still going here.
Cyclone, which usually forms in this area of the storm. Now,
Some pretty good rotation on this one too.
Where there's just a complete lack of precipitation. What you get is it will show up sometimes as it'll look like a debris signature. But the thing is about debris signatures is that if there is
So we got a lot of lower end velocities on this storm back here by Pope's Creek.
But it also pops up on our reflectivity as well. You know, weaker tornadoes will show up.
I thought things were calming down, but that's not the case. I guess we're getting some more tornado warnings all over the place now. So
stronger ones will even show up with pink over that debris signature. So you see over here, we activity nearby it, no rotation underneath it either. So, as you can tell, that is not a debris signature. That is just clear air contamination.
Tried registering, but
Yeah, there is no way to predict if a tornado will hit a town. It's just best to be, watching the storms, seeing where the warnings go, and just be ready to go into your safe spots if something happens.
need to connect to this other radar up here.
Looks like our Baltimore warning has officially been allowed to expire. They say the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing.
This one's kind of in a bad spot right here.
To expire, however, gusty winds.
Like we have a good radar to see this one from.
This thunderstorm. So they're talking about this guy. The polygon's still there because weather-wise keeps the warning up. They're just saying that it's going to be a.
Oh my goodness!
Expire, but some radar apps, they'll just remove the tornado.
Look at that really tight gate-to-gate shear in the storm right here.
To each their own. It's going to be allowed to expire anyway. So, yeah, that's great news. This is going to be allowed to expire. We'll keep our eye on it. You never know, but. In my professional opinion, I really do feel like this storm is entering into a much worse environment for tornadic.
There could be a tornado on the ground right here.
There's a lot of rain out there, and a lot of storms nearby it, but you never know. Sometimes these storms can, even in really crappy environments,
My goodness.
sometimes surprise you.
Where did that come from?
All right, let's come back over here and check in on Lothian, where we still have an area of some.
This is really far from the radar, though. This thing is right in between all the radars. We just can't really get a good look at the storm, but it's got.
On the southern side than they were, so it looks like this little surface circulation is starting to kind of lose its marbles there again. And if we come over here far away and check in on the mid-levels, look at that. Our mid-level circulation is starting to dissipate as well.
Right in through there, if it is.
Another storm in which it gets close.
It's really sloppy because we're really far away from the radar site on this one, so we can't really get a good clear 3D view of this because it's so far away.
Be careful with those, especially with these storms. They're going to have a lot of low-hanging clouds under those. So a lot of times
I'm zooming out, but I'm just not seeing, like, we're connected all the way up here at Sterling, Virginia.
If you come over here and draw again.
This one is like right down just as far. Then KDOX is just as far. This thing's like right in the smack dab middle between all the radar sites. This thing has definitely got some really tight gate-to-gate shear on this storm. They're probably going to renew this tornado warning for sure on this thing, the way it's looking right now. Scotland? You know what? I actually seen a way to see storms in Europe today. Because I was planning on looking into typhoons after tornado season ends. Our national weather radar doesn't show. It only shows America. I mean, we can go over here, but we don't see anything, right? But I know a website that actually shows Scotland. Hold on, I'm going to hop on it real quick. Let me refresh it. Wonder Map. I do use this sometimes because I like looking at the wind streams, right?
Definitely got some motion around it like so, and that's probably a funnel wow, and this is just harmless scud. And sometimes we
Question is, where is Scotland? Right here. Scotland has a ton of mountains.
Scary looking cheese curds.
That don't look too bad. I mean, you got some rainstorms coming. I wonder if the wind stream works over here.
No confirmed tornadoes by these storms, yeah.
Oh yeah, we can even see the wind stream over here in Scotland. That's awesome. I love the wind stream because I can kind of see, like, this is where your hurricanes are going to form, right? This is clearly like a spot where a hurricane would form. Down here too. Like if you ever see a hurricane, it's going to be like smack dab in the middle of a wind stream. Like I think we have one down here. Yeah, we have a hurricane right down here, but it's not showing for some reason. We have a hurricane right here. It's a tropical storm right here, but it's not showing on the radar for some reason. Yeah, here on the satellite.
That'd be looking this way, right? I don't know why my alerts
Yeah, Max Velocity was talking about the tropical storm we have forming down here.
an alert in a while. My warning thing. I don't know.
I've always liked this program, Wonder Map. I mean, it doesn't show like velocities and stuff, right? But has some useful information. I can kind of see, all these storms that we have going on here. See, like our wind streams all connecting up in here. Where's that, Pennsylvania?
Pretty muted here near Amy's Acres, near Knoll Crest. Moving up towards Serenity Woods, Carico Mill. That could eventually try to organize, but as of right now, our circulation is still relatively on the weaker side of things.
It's named Alvin. Is it actually a hurricane now, or is it still a tropical storm?
Further down to the south, checking back in with this storm. Yeah, this is probably expired by now. Yeah, they haven't like officially expired it, but looks like they're probably going to allow it to.
Yeah, it's right there.
Very weak circulation is moving out of that tornado warning. Yeah, Annapolis, Maryland just needs to be weather aware. Your rotation
Still rotating good here.
Struggling pretty decently here.
Everything's still rotating, guys. We're not getting no breaks. This one just had that storm merger. It's looking really broad now. Let's see another 3D scan of this.
I would be ready to go into your safe spots just in case they extend this warning, but I wouldn't be freaking out about the storm much yet because, again, the circulation is pretty weak. A lot's going to have to improve before that tries to produce.
I don't know, man. This thing still looks threatening to me. I mean, obviously, we're not going to have like a big, strong tornado with it, but I feel like this thing could drop one for sure. And it would be completely rain wrapped.
There's not a whole lot of rotation, just pretty strong winds here, heading over Narrow Beach and Coles Point. So I'd be in your safe spots. Not concerned for a tornado threat right now.
Don't have really any debris signature or anything like that yet. I mean, our inrot's still here. Rotation looks so broad, right here, but I mean, looks much more condensed on the 3D scan.
We are kind of looking at this in a radar hole. Let me see if we can see this storm.
Actually, no, it doesn't, because we kind of, on the 3D scan, we had two files here and here, so it is still pretty broad.
Not much of a difference between those views. Wow, you can actually see like a shelf cloud here. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, this is a GR2 analyst. I have it linked in the description. If you like scroll all the way down past all the storm chasers and stuff.
Little shelf cloud.
Where's that at? Is this like out in Manhattan or something?
It has to be seen. Well, it has to be seen, or it has to be like on radar, right? Or it might not be seen on radar or on the ground. But then eventually we confirm it with damage. That also happens, like with rain wrap storms, like brief rain wrap circulations. Like if you have like a QLCS, which is basically just like a lot of these supercells within a line of storms.
It's actually really weird how broad this thing is.
On radar and they're rain wrapped and you never see them in person.
The storm merger's kind of finishing up though, so I think it's going to try to recycle at this point. Rotation's kind of moving further down here to forming a new hook here. But we do have a lot of rain here now, so that's not going to help it.
Thank you for letting us know.
Lots and lots of rain.
Newport news.
I'm actually surprised we have this many tornado warnings still. This is nuts.
I mean, we're not even talking about strong winds with this. Just mainly some heavy rain.
I'll have a gate-to-gate wind shear in this one still. Little block to block.
Developed any circulation, and as of right now, this looks very classically outflow dominant. So, looks like just some rain and wind coming for you guys over there in Newport news. Further up to the north, we still got these storms over near.
I think the scan's still a little far behind on it.
Near Ballinger Creek, Walkersville.
Yeah, I mean, literally, that's where we would. That looked really tight. That thing could have been on the ground at that point for a brief moment. I mean, but it's like such. If it dropped the tornado, it'd be so weak, right? Talking like EF0 for sure on this, but it's rotating.
Overton. Yeah, let's check on our storm reports. We haven't gone over our storm reports in a while or at all today. So let's do that really quick. Do a quick little overview of what's been getting reported, at least for like damage out here.
I want to see this. He's talking about an overview on the storm reports.
Yeah, as you can see, it's pretty sparse right now. Had a couple of reports of trees down near like the Richmond area, just south and west of Richmond, but nothing recently out of these storms. So hopefully that means that in terms of like strong damaging winds, we haven't seen many.
It's like South Carolina.
And
got
as
the
you
worst
just saw
today
there,
for
we
sure.
also don't have any tornado reports. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's your storm.
We've seen multiple tornadoes in South Carolina today. Little brief ones. Little quick spin up ones.
0 XP. Are you still worried about your XP?
I'll pull up the powder outages again too. Kind of see what we got our total on all those.
This kid is getting scarred for the rest of his life. He has come into chat. He has chatted his messages, and he has not gotten a single XP. Not a single XP.
Oh, yes, chat XP. Where did I put the power outages? Oh, it's right here. Okay. I got to go back to it.
Yeah, I went to elementary school in Canterbury Woods. That's where I went to elementary school. The plane that hit the Pentagon went right over my school.
Dude, we got quite a bit of power outages in Virginia now. Yeah, that's where we had that big blast of storms coming through here. We've seen some brief tornadoes spin up right down here by Myrtle Beach, and I'd say west of it. A lot of houses losing power up here in Virginia. I don't know how the whole state's yellow though. Like I don't see enough power outages for the state to be yellow.
He would always bring me to that airport. Like there was this field with trees, and he'd bring me and my brother. It's like there's like these rocks near the shore that we would jump on and climb on. And so like we would. I was very aware of
definitely think we had some brief spin ups in Virginia, but they probably just get logged as like 109-mile-an-hour gust of wind or something like that. West Virginia. Whoa. What happened in West Virginia? Was this today?
And in fact was low. And in fact hit the Pentagon.
But we actually had some strong storms in West Virginia then. Those storms were really cranking up there in West Virginia. Pretty sure, because I didn't see those power outages in West Virginia earlier. Web weather.
It looks like they're saying the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. So that's good news. So that one over there near Annapolis is going to be allowed to expire. So everybody near Lothian, like Wason's Corner.
Storm merger's done, and it's trying to do something here. It's got little appendages all over the place. The rotation looks extremely sloppy now up here, but it's still tornado warned. So we have 3 tornado warned storms that all look extremely sloppy right now. Yeah, you got for real. Like what happened in West Virginia? I think West Virginia got hit really hard today. We weren't even talking about West Virginia at all. I feel bad. I mean, West Virginia didn't have a lot of. Must have been these storms. Like West Virginia wasn't yellow or anything when we checked like an hour or two ago. So it must have been these storms here that just clobbered West Virginia. There must be a lot of winds up there. We try to get the reports.
suspicious, but I still never connected. It took me like years, before I really connected the dots. Like, oh wait, that plane that flew over my school right before I got checked out of school was actually the one that hit the Pentagon. And then me and my dad put the flight map, because it could have been another plane, right? So we put the flight map on a map, and then
We do have a lot of storm reports here in West Virginia.
which is crazy. That was a crazy day. I lived
Got 127 wind reports, which a lot of them are West Virginia. Then we saw the ones down here in South Carolina. We had one beeline straight across Virginia right here.
4915 King Richard Driveway, Annandale, Virginia 22003.
Yeah, I'm sorry if anybody's from West Virginia today, and we didn't talk about you at all because we didn't look at any of the storms up there, and they got clobbered. 120. Look at all these West Virginia reports.
All right, latest scan here on this. Wait, no, this one expired, right?
Trees down, trees down, trees down. Like 90% of these are West Virginia.
I wish they would have just, removed these on weather-wise when they expired them.
Sorry, West Virginia. Lothian.
You live in 22003? No, you live in 22033. Okay.
The tornado warn.
I lived in 22003. You remember the mall out there was crazy with the skate park, Potomac Mills Mall? Is the Potomac Mills Mall still a thing? Just wondering. If so, that thing has been that thing is like 20 years old, I think, at this point. I'd be surprised if the Potomac Mills Mall was still a thing. Any update on Northeast Maryland? Yeah, Northeast Maryland. There is still some storms coming
East
your
of
way.
Washington.
Like if you live over here to like Bel Air.
Oh yeah, that's the storm that was just tornado warned, I believe.
Jeez, there's a fly. Dang it, Chaz! You let another fly in. Are you kidding me? It's a Costco? No.
Everything's still rotating everywhere.
Awesome.
All this, like,
Man, I did my first
everywhere.
touring on rollerblades in that skate park.
Even got rotation down here.
First time I ever dropped in on a half pipe. That's sad. Freaking Costco taking over everything. Let me put the skate park back.
Take a 3D view of this thing. I forget where Lothian was. I thought I just looked it up. I don't see Lothian on this map though.
Yeah, only the Virginia warning right now. Yeah, this is the only tornado warning. These two have been allowed to expire. I'll just keep those X's on.
These storms are still pretty big too. Still got a
Still
lot of size to them.
From Radar Omega, as they allow they're letting it expire, which means technically, which is why weather-wise keeps the warnings up, because technically it hasn't expired. They're just letting it expire, right? But it always expires when they let it expire. So technically,
Lots of little areas of high velocity though, lower down over here.
So you can see here a little bit of an easier understanding that, okay, we only have one more tornado warning on a storm that's probably going to lose that warning.
Wonder how our power outages are over here by Washington, to be honest.
On weather-wise as well.
I'm curious. I want to pull that power outage map back up.
Baltimore live cam.
These storms look like they're still cranking pretty good over here.
Let me search that. We'll see if we can use it. If it's part of the city, we should be able to.
I think I'm about to make this big because I can't click on Maryland. There we go. Well, that's still considered Virginia right there. Maryland. Only 440 houses lost power in Maryland for households.
As a relative novice, I do enjoy the free version of weather-wise. Yeah, the free version of weather-wise is not.
But yeah, those storms aren't really blasting that hard out there near
Though to have it compete with other apps. But,
Lothian. I mean, they're all rotating, but they don't have like really strong winds. I don't think. 'Cause we have hardly any power outages in Maryland.
I'm hoping we get a big update soon, because we have hurricane season down the way, and I really feel like if they don't have models or like animated satellite by then,
Models or animated satellite
Let me go outside really quick.
for hurricanes?
Smoke is here, and I want to see if I can see it.
Smoke's here. Is he not going to take his webcam with him? What's he doing exactly? Oh. Said the smoke is here. Well, we do got some rotation here for sure. Looks like they're picking up a little bit too. And there's just a whole bunch of sloppy rotation going on all over the place. Smoke from Canada.
That is wild. I literally see it outside. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, I think these are part of the storms that came through West Virginia right here. You can see how we have like the higher velocities on the front sides of these.
Indiana starting to show up here in Tennessee, northern Alabama. I mean, it's crazy. Those are massive fires.
I haven't even checked. Did Max ever go live today? I haven't even checked.
Honestly, a little bit frightening. Like it's getting into frightening territory. Like, look at that. Almost all of Canada is blanketed in smoke. Like that is a huge.
What is the smoke from? It's from a fire?
Cluster of fires. This is crazy.
So is there a whole bunch of fires in Canada?
And it's so early too. I've never seen it like this. I've been watching these fires for a long time. This is bad. This is gonna have effects. Wow. Yeah, be careful up there. You know, where the smoke is thicker, I would wear a mask, especially if you're older. Again, premature deaths happen all the time, even from smoke from afar away.
Talking about smoke from fires up in Canada?
Still popping up on satellite. This is nuts. Wow. It's honestly mind-blowing. Look, when you zoom out, it really gives you the true scale, just how big this smoke cloud is.
We've got a smoke cloud in Canada.
A little bit there. And that's the Earth.
I'm looking out the window. I don't see any smoke, except I'm southern Ohio.
Yeah, you got the Sierra dust too coming in from here, but it hasn't quite made it into the southeast yet.
I need to mess with weather-wise. I got to get used to using that. Wildfire smoke blows in the U.S. Videos from Weather Channel 9 hours ago.
I cannot believe that. Again. All right,
Heads
look at that,
up,
folks.
all of
All
this
of our
may be
tornado
heading your
warnings
way.
have been
That's
allowed to
wildfire smoke
expire.
from Canada, once again drifting into the United States.
Am going to
And it's
hop
not
off.
just smoke, it's a sign of crisis unfolding from the north.
Might come back on if
17,000
something
people
else
have been
pops up
forced
that's
to
a little bit,
evacuate.
I don't know.
concerning.
It's
But
emotionally and physically
I'm
just,
still
I'm
a little
numb.
bit burnt out.
I'm numb.
The military has
Hey, we were
even
able to
been
do 5
called in
hours
to help.
today.
That's how
So I
massive and
appreciate everybody
dangerous the
tuning in.
wildfires have become.
Thank you to all the
The
new
smoke from these
subscribers.
fires is
Huge shout out
forecast
to
to
everybody
pour
that
into
donated.
the northern plains and Midwest, and this won't just be a one-day event. It's expected to linger. If you live in these areas, you'll want to check your air quality alerts and limit your time outdoors, especially if you have any respiratory issues. But the smoke won't stop there. Winds will continue to steer it farther south, which could dim the sky and make
Oh yeah, it's coming towards me.
orange and hazy across the plains, Midwest, and South.
This paraglider in China literally flew as high.
That's not cool, man. Why do we have smoke coming from Canada? Could they not get the power or the fires out? Is there like what's going on? It's just really dry and it hasn't rained up there, I'm assuming, and stuff caught on fire. Lancaster, PA tornado watch. Really? We don't have any our last tornado warning just expired. Lancaster, PA. Like I actually have a radar set up here in Pittsburgh. I'm pretty sure you're down in here somewhere though. You're not up at anywhere near Pittsburgh. Let me pull up Lancaster. I can't believe Max Velocity never went live today. Lancaster, PA. Yeah, Europe. Yeah, I mean it's coming your way. I don't know if you really got to worry about anything up in Lancaster. We've seen nothing but like brief spin up tornadoes today. We've had a whole bunch of tornado warnings though. Like I mean, we've seen tons of tornado warnings today, but we haven't seen any like long track tornadoes. We've had tons and tons of rotation up here in Virginia. If I go back, like you can see how many tornado warnings we had about an hour ago. We had like 4 of them right here. So we've had a lot of tornado warnings, but we haven't really seen anything on the ground. So you really don't need to be too worried in Lancaster. You are, I believe you're in the threat for today. Let me pull that up again. So they upgraded us. They actually get, yeah, you're out of it too, I think. Lancaster's right up. No, you're in the 5% chance, I believe. But I mean, let's just put it this way. Like we've had a lot of tornado warnings and a lot of rotations today, but we really haven't had any isolated supercells that have been out in the open actually like really produce something. So we really didn't have to we didn't have to see any bad tornadoes, thankfully. I mean, we had a lot of damage and a lot of power outages from wind, but I think our tornado threat at this point is extremely low. Like I don't think we're probably going to see any more tornadoes today, but we're probably still going to see some more wind and thunderstorms though. There we go. I'm on the wrong radar in Virginia. I mean, that's basically our last line of storms over here. Let me go to the one up by Washington, D.C. Yeah, this is our main radar. So, like, yeah, you can see we got a lot of scattered thunderstorms, and we got more that are basically heading up into Pennsylvania over here through Virginia. But everything's still rotating. Like, we still have rotation here by Harwood. We got lots of area of rotations, but we just haven't seen. There's just too much rain, not enough native juice, it seems. So I feel like even right now it's 8:30, right? We're losing sun. There's just like whatever nadir juice that's still left in the air, it's gone at this point. Like it's say we're definitely near the end of the event, I'd say for today. This is literally our last area of rotation, it looks like. I don't see anywhere else it's kind of rotating strong. Where are you at again, astronomy? I know you were in the threat today. Are you in Virginia? They gave a good shot. A lot of these storms tried to do something, but nothing too wild. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, so you take a look at this storm, right? It might be rotating, but just look, it's completely surrounded by rain. So there's just literally there's no dry, warm air for it to suck in. There's just no way. I don't think there's any way possible we can see a tornado out of this, even though it looks like it's rotating pretty good. I just don't think it will. I don't think it'll finish. I don't think it'll actually produce. That rotation sure sticks out like a sore thumb, though, don't it? I mean, you can see it really well when you're zoomed out. I want to know more about these wildfires in Canada. Is it wildfires? Look it up here. I'm going to try to pull it up. We can watch something while we're waiting to see what this storm's going to do. Oh my goodness. That's the actual, that was like the satellite view. I want to hear about them though. Like I see that we have a lot of smoke and we have wildfires, but I want to know what's going on. There we go.
We are closely watching the escalating wildfire emergency in Western Canada. At least 4,000 people have fled their homes in northern Saskatchewan. Flames are spreading aggressively, threatening communities and roadways.
I know California is always on fire, isn't it? They're always having fire problems. Same with Australia too.
Wildfire in Candle Lake. We're also tracking fires burning in Alberta and Manitoba, where communities are also seeing evacuation orders. This map here gives you an overall picture of the wildfire situation around the country. The CBC's Alexander Silverman is in Regina tracking all the developments.
Well, Andrew, fires are rapidly spreading across the north under these incredibly hot and dry conditions. There's currently 17 active fires in northern Saskatchewan, 10 of those burning out of control, not able to be contained by firefighting crews on the ground. There are currently thousands of residents and
I didn't even know there was fires in Canada.
forced to evacuate in more than
This is literally the first I heard of it.
The largest of those is Pelican Narrows in the province's northwest, where more than 4,000 residents have been forced to flee their homes after fires approached that community. There's also two other areas of concern as well, I'd like to point out. There's evacuations impacting the community of Hall Lake and a number of communities as part of the Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. A big area of concern as well is these two fires north of Prince Albert, the Shoe and Camp fires. Those are now
It's so pretty out there too. It's a shame all it has to burn. So beautiful. It'd be such a nice place to go camping.
The evacuation of some firefighting crews on the ground that were at a staging zone in between the two fires. 280 staff, both firefighting crews and support workers on the ground there, forced to flee, head further south, and the staging area that they had set up was completely burned and destroyed. So the situation on the ground very quickly evolving for both residents and for the firefighting crews battling these fires in the north.
And now in Manitoba, Premier Wab Kinew and officials have given an update on the situation there next door. What did we learn?
Well, we heard some pretty staggering numbers, Andrew, around the total area that's been burned in Manitoba so far this year. Manitoba is the province that has seen the most fire activity. That means the largest total area that's been burned so far this season. And we heard wildfire officials there say the area that's been burned in Manitoba in 1 month since the start of May is nearly triple the total, the average area burned in an entire fire season, looking at the average over the past 5 years. So things in that province far beyond the average, only a month into the wildfire season. We also heard an update as well about a couple of areas of concern.
Can't hear it?
The first of those, Lynn Lake. It's a community of about 600
Oh, my
people
bad.
in the northwest of the province, currently under an evacuation order since yesterday morning as residents were asked to leave the community by the town. We also heard as well an update about a fire burning near Flin Flon. This is actually a fire that started on the Saskatchewan side of the border, grew very quickly under those dry conditions with lots of fuel on the ground. Officials there weren't able to contain it, and it spread over the border into Manitoba, now currently threatening the community of Flin Flon, a town of about 5,000 people, where we're seeing some pretty striking images of just how close those flames are as the fire is advancing. They're currently under an evacuation alert, so not told to evacuate yet,
warning.
but residents are advised to get ready in case
coming
it does
towards
reach
Lexington
that stage
Park.
in the coming hours. We also heard as well a warning, a call rather from the province's premier, Wab Kinew, urging people not to fly drones anywhere near fires. And we heard that someone did that in the case of the Flin Flon fire, and it forced crews there to ground water bombers that were trying to fight the blaze. Have a listen to what the premier had to say on that.
No drones. Like, getting some views on YouTube is not worth it. You got a community of thousands of people who's on the verge of evacuation, and one of the reasons is because we couldn't fly water bombers in the area. And, you know, putting your drone up there and getting a video that you can share is simply not worth it. You have to put the good of the community ahead of your own interests right now. You should probably do so at all times, but especially right now.
So the premier there reminding people to not fly drones anywhere near a fire zone. Let the crews on the ground continue to do their work without any sort of disturbance in the air or on the ground. And of course, reminders to respect any roads that are closed as well. Listen to these updates from emergency officials. There's also a number of fires burning over in Alberta, Andrew. The largest of those under the biggest area of concern, rather, would be the Swan Hills fire. This is about 220 kilometers northwest of Edmonton. People in that community have been under an evacuation order for the past couple of days. There's about 1,300 residents in that area that have been forced to flee further south. They're now in the community of Whitecourt as they're waiting to see what might happen to their homes and when they might be able to return. So lots of fire activity right across the prairies right now. And we're hearing from fire officials that there's just so much fuel on the ground with this dry brush that's out there. A lack of precipitation. It's creating for some very difficult conditions for crews as they try and contain these fires and stop them from spreading. Andrew?
This ABC's Alexander Silberman in Regina. As the wildfire situation worsens in Manitoba, the Northern Health Region says it plans to relocate some.
How long have those fires been going on for? Yeah. Don't think it's anything to worry about there, really. I mean, it's definitely rotating. I think at this point, though, as late as it is and everything's just completely wrapped in rain right now, there's just no way. I will stick it out a little longer, though. I'll wait till this thing loses its rotation at least. We have that other one that's rotating pretty good up further north, too. Got a big broad rotation up here. The one you were talking about a while ago. It's still rotating. Nothing crazy, though. I mean, everything's still rotating everywhere, though. Like, nothing new, right? We got reds and greens. It looks like Christmas trees everywhere. Looks like it's crying, too, just like the rest. My goodness. Very suspicious looking rotation here as well. Let me turn up the velocities. This one looks more concerning than the one down south that got tornado warned, to be honest. Taking off, brother. I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping in, Astronomy. Matching it, Trubs. Oh, there's no way. It can't happen. I don't think it's possible for a tornado to drop today, but I think it's possible to have a lot of rotating storms. But you never know. Oh, Crunchy's leaving. See ya, Crunchies. Did you ever get Discord figured out? Uh, I still have to make a Discord server. All for your SMS code. It's actually a pretty nutty day, regardless for not having any like big long track tornadoes, man. We've had so many scary looking storms over these areas today. I don't know, buddy. Might be the one though. Like they always look like they're gonna be the one. One's like right next to the water. Maybe this water's warm and it's basically feeding off some warm air to this thing despite it's inside all the rain. And we had that situation up in Ohio a while back, a couple weeks ago. We had there was a town up by the Great Lakes that basically like these storms are calm as they went through the whole northern part of Ohio. Then all of a sudden they picked up and knocked out a lot of power like in the northern part of Ohio by Cleveland, and they said it had something to do with all the Great Lakes up there, and the warm air from the lakes was basically feeding the storm and letting it strengthen up again. Could be the same situation here because we're kind of connected to the oceans here. Might be getting some warm air feeded up off these areas of water and bodies of water. This one's really picked up its rotation, even though it's not warm. But like we've got the strong velocities inside this thing now. Oh, I live in Ohio too. Nothing. I was talking about when we had a storm. I kind of like reenact it. So it was a couple weeks ago. It was like a normal tornado outbreak day. It's like we had a whole bunch of storms like passing through Ohio like this, like normal, right? And like none of the power got taken out anywhere in Ohio, but there was some storms that got up here by Cleveland, and then they start to get really strong, and we lost a lot of power in this area. And they said it was probably because of the lakes up here. Basically, had a lot of warm air off the lakes that was feeding the storms and making them a lot stronger again. And that happened. That was like several weeks ago. It's towards the beginning of the storm season. So I'm wondering if that's what's happening over here because these storms, even though they're like completely, there's rain everywhere, right? There shouldn't be any nadir juice left out here, but these things are still managing to pick up the rotation a little bit. I'm wondering if it's because we're by the water. Looks like this thing's already given up as soon as it tried again. We do have pretty good rotation here, right on Selby on the Bay and Mayo, Highland Beach. These latest scans looked like they had some pretty good rotation in this part of the storm. We do have a tornado warning, though, down here. A storm further down by Lexington Park. That didn't look too bad. This one up here looks worse than the one down in Lexington Park. But we're in the same boat down there. Like it's by the water. This is kind of in a bad area too. There's no radar really close to it. It's kind of right smack dab in the middle of all three. KDOX. Yeah, this is the best radar to check the storm from. Still got some rotation here though. So we do have some clear skies out here though. That could be feeding it. Ah, man, I forget. I have a bad memory. Max Velocity was talking about it all. We watched his video. We can watch it again. Wow, this thing's actually, yeah, man, this thing's looking pretty good too. It's got to be this warm water and clear skies out here. Look at that thing. I mean, that dropped down real quick. It's got to be these clear skies in the body of water that's causing this to uptrend right now. Yeah, this thing definitely is valid of a tornado warning at this point, I would say. It's right on top of Lexington Park. No debris signature, though. This is GR2 analyst. Let's watch Max Velocity's video again if you guys are okay with that. Let's see if he actually did any new videos today. We could watch Ryan Hall's. Oh, yeah, he didn't have any
Simplistic terms with the future radar, beginning with what's happening today, which again, we're going to go more. A powerful storm system is set to impact the United States over the next few days, bringing the return of significant severe weather to areas like the Great Plains, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and even back through the Southeast, where damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes will all be a possibility. So in today's forecast, we are going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country today. We actually have a lot of stuff ongoing. Back over in the Midwest, we have a large upper level low pressure system that is spinning over the Great Lakes, and as we go later into today, this storm system is actually going to intensify and bring a localized threat of potentially some significant severe weather to areas near and just east of the Appalachian Mountains, with all hazards of severe weather being on the table, and we'll talk more about this here in just a few minutes. Additionally, we've had some big storms ongoing back over in Texas over the last 24 hours, and these storms are definitely unique. We had a bunch of dust kicked up across all of West Texas from these storms that happened, and they are beginning to weaken now, and I do think the southern plains will at least be quieter for today and tomorrow, and then I think severe weather makes a big return as we go into early to mid next week.
Yeah, Max was talking about like into the next week, saying like I think we're gonna see some Oklahoma got upgraded for tomorrow. Let me grab that again real quick. The SPC outlook. Yeah, we actually have a 2% chance in Oklahoma tomorrow.
week. Also, we now have a tropical storm. Guess what? Back over in the eastern Pacific Ocean, we actually have Tropical Storm Alvin, which is currently heading up into the Baja California and eventually going to Mexico. And as we go into Saturday into Sunday, this can actually bring some moisture and energy back up into the southern plains, which may actually help to amplify a threat of severe weather as we go into Monday in areas like Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Over the next few days, a major weather pattern change will be impacting the United States. So let's talk more about that in detail, beginning with what's happening today and tomorrow. So right now we have a large low pressure system that is currently sitting back over in the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley. And as we go later into this afternoon, notice how our jet stream is actually going to be very strong near the Appalachian.
We have 2 tornado warnings. So they just threw another one up there. I'm going to close this radar. We don't even need this one anymore. Let me go back to the one up, because I keep selecting it and we don't need it. We got one just right over Washington, D.C. This tornado warning now. Right, and it's a lot of houses here. My goodness. This is like downtown Washington, D.C. We definitely got a little bit of rotation here. Glendale. There's Rockville. Kind of all over the place. These velocities are definitely kicking up right in this area, though. I mean, this would be completely rain wrapped, too, if anything was to happen right here. Very low signature on the Enron, though, but it is definitely rotating. Yeah, hold on. We'll watch the rest of Max Velocity's video here in a little bit. We'll try to pull up some cameras out here. Yeah, Marion or Lexington Park. I have to pull it up, though. Like, that's another reason why I want you to join Discord, or we can make a Discord and you guys can help me pull up the video street views. Because I have right here, I got the North Carolina one still, but that's not going to do us any good. Let me try Washington D.C. street cams, or would it be Maryland street cam? Okay, Maryland live traffic. So I guess too is you don't even know like what sites. Once you learn them all, though, you're good, right? Live traffic cams in Maryland. Okay, this one looks legit, maybe. Cameras by region. I don't know where this is right here. Out. View. Okay. Some cameras on here as well. Camera's not showing. You kind of like the South Carolina site, but I don't see is this supposed to be a camera right here? I don't see the cameras. I mean, there's like 70 street cams here, but it's not showing me on the map. 70 pages. They got like 300 cameras. I don't know why it's not showing them though on the show of 8-inch trees region. Trying to get it to actually make them pop up. Oh, I gotta select the route. Okay. But the thing is, I don't really. Okay, so there's just so many of them. Make it smaller so I can bring it into the screen. Are we outside of Washington here? It's going to be north of Washington a ways, whatever this road is here. What road is this? I need to figure out what road that is there. Yeah, see, this is like definitely one of the more confusing camera sites. I mean, mainly because there's just so many of them here, right? Let me move it over here, and I gotta make it big till I get the proper road selected. Yeah, we need to get that big road coming out of Washington right there, which is Baltimore Washington Parkway, I believe. All right, let me check Baltimore Washington. There's Baltimore Bellway bottom side, Baltimore Bellway top side, Baltimore. It won't even let me type in here. Okay, we'll just try the Baltimore one. Okay, now that's the Bellway. That's I-95. Oh, no, here's a good one. Okay, this is perfect. I-95. I-95 and I-95 North. It's like right up here, north of Washington, right here. It's dark, though. Getting pretty dark. I think this might be I-95 right here. Yeah, the trees are blowing a little bit. I don't think it's anything that like this tornado warning doesn't look that bad, honestly. I mean, there's some rotation, right? A little bit of rotation there, but nothing too crazy. What was the other storm that we were looking at? Had a lot of rotation. They didn't even tornado warn that one over here. Got Lexington Park. This one is still tornado warn. We still have that thing tornado warn. My goodness. Oh, we got lightning. I just don't think I can see this thing producing, to be honest. With how little. I mean, it's got rotation, right? But it just doesn't look strong enough to bring it down. You have 20 to 60 tornadoes here in Germany. That's crazy. I know I actually watched Nate Snyder actually did some storm coverage in Germany one day. That was pretty neat. It was neat to see it in another country. All right, man. Okay, so like I'm gonna take back what I just said because you can kind of see a little rope trying to form right here, right? Look at this. I mean, there's literally, this thing's trying to rope down. There's a valid reason for this to be tornado warned, I would say. You clearly see where it's trying to rope down right through here. I still don't think it's going to do anything. I mean, clearly we have like a little tiny rope inside this tornado or in this storm rotating pretty good, but I haven't seen anything to produce a tornado today, you know, so I'm just not going to be a believer until I see something happen. But you can clearly see the velocities in here. It is rotating here just northeast of Washington, D.C. But I don't think it has the oomph. There's no nadir juice. It's a very, you know, there's a lot of wind shear and all that good stuff here. There's just no juice to keep the things going. Still got a good, decent rotation in here. I mean, this street cam's more over here, right? And our rotation's kind of around in here. I mean, it's close to it. Let me see if I can get a different cam. Let's go up to this one here. We got multiple cameras here. That's Laurel. All right, we're gonna look at a new one. Going a little further up north. This cam's further up north near. So here's the outer band. Washington. I'm a little closer. Further up north, closer to Baltimore now. So this cam right here is like up here. And you really don't have any views on these cams. I mean, it's just pointing straight at the highway. You wouldn't even really be able to see it. I mean, you could probably see the winds pick up. We did see the winds pick up on that other cam. Here's 32 and 995. I think this is one of these roads crossing over is 32. Better off going back down to North Laurel. Oh, those cams are just too far out. We got Laurel and Carriage Hill. I don't see Carriage Hill on this map. I see Laurel though. There's North Laurel. So our rotation's almost to North Laurel, so let's do that camera. All right, yeah. Going back to this cam, this is North Laurel. So this cam's like right up here. I mean, the rotation's literally in West Laurel right now. So we will see these winds gust up here in a minute. We should. I don't know why Carriage Hill doesn't show up on this map. I'd probably not. Unless we get like some crazy kind of threat for tomorrow. Like, I highly doubt I go live for 2% really small. I mean, if I get a big tornado, I'm going live for sure. It just depends, right? It all depends on the weather. Yeah, well, Amber Alerts are for weather now, too. The Amber Alert everybody for tornado warnings all the time. They even Amber Alert people for regular tornado warnings. I would think they'd at least save them for like PDS warnings. But I heard Freddie McKinney getting an Amber Alert for a regular tornado warning yesterday, like 3 times. I mean, that's pretty much how it is. Yeah, astronomy. If they're like, I wasn't planning on going live today, but like when I seen them upgrade this, and we had all kinds of tornado warnings, so I'm gonna go live, right? Generally, I wait for it to be, a more serious situation, right? But like today, because there's so many houses everywhere, look at that. We actually got a little bit of rotation here now, and we're getting closer to our street cam. Street cam's in North Laurel, and the rotation's getting better, so it's just got to go to right here to get to the cam. Yeah, it just really depends. Like I may just go live for 30 minutes tomorrow, right? It's such a small area. But then again, they're going to be updating the SBC Outlook really soon, I think. I think it's around 9 o'clock when they do it. Let me grab it. I have so many things open. I have to find the SBC Outlook. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, like right now we're looking at a 2% just in Oklahoma right there. I mean, there's actually a good chunk of the state that's in it. I'll see if they updated it yet. Let me see if today's still the same. I don't think it's been updated yet, but it should probably be getting updated any time now. Usually it's around 9 o'clock when they update it. This camera actually has sound on it. I turn on the sound, but I don't hear it. I'm gonna close this for a second real quick so you guys can see. Like this is literally heading right to it. Here's North Laurel. Right? This cam is like right where the rotation is. I mean, we got pretty lucky on this cam view. I don't think we're gonna see anything though. Like, I mean, it's still rotating, but we might not even see the winds pick up. I mean, North Laurel's right at the end of the tornado warning too. I mean, this still has a pretty good hook on it out here, right? It's something to look at, right? There's a bunch of rotation up here by Hampton too. Oh, we got a new tornado warning over here. Got some rotation right here over the water, heading in towards Stevensville. Which storm is? This one right up here by North Laurel? I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio. Astronomy lives in Virginia, I think. Pennsylvania, I can't remember exactly where. Two tornado warning again. This is nuts. They're just pumping out the tornado warnings left and right. Look, we got some rotation over here by Chesapeake Bay too. This is such a I don't know how you want to put it, a go cry wolf day. The boy that cries wolf day. That's what this is. It's like threats, nonstop threats, but nothing happens. All right, it's literally on top of North Laurel now. Looks fine to me. Actually, you know what? Now that we know it's on top of, oh no, but the 3D view is going to be behind. So I basically got to do a 3D view of the storm in like 2 minutes to see what it looks like over top of North Laurel right now. But yeah, this rotation's pretty broad and weak. Yeah, I mean, just because you have a rotation in the sky doesn't mean you're necessarily going to have, some big winds down on the ground. I mean, the part they tornado warned is basically at the edge of the tornado warning too right now. I think I see some trees moving a little bit over here. We might have a gust of wind, guys. Oh yeah, confirmed a gust of wind, guys. You see it? The tree's moving a little bit. Confirmed gust of wind in North Laurel, guys. Oh man, the rotation's like completely gone now. There's nothing left of it, hardly. Alrighty. Bye-bye, Street Cam. Let's go take a look and see what else we got here. The tornado warning has to be expiring any minute. Like the storm's almost out of it. This is interesting right here. Basically, they just didn't put the tornado warning over. They're making sure they're not amber alerting anybody on the water, I guess. Yeah, I don't even know what to think. This looks so messy and sloppy right here. I mean, you pretty much have to use the NROT to see anything that's going on today. We got a little bit of rotation here. Maybe a tiny bit here. Got a little bit up here by Timonium. Chesapeake Bay. This thing's been rotating pretty good for a while now. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about it. Once you eventually get your Discord, so we can join Discord together and we can, look at stuff and know when we need to stream, and then we can like do set up our whole street cam network too. We're down to one tornado. We don't even have any more severes. We got one severe warning down in Florida. Where is this at? What state is this right here? Is that still Maryland? You know where Stevensville is? Stevensville. See if I can get a street cam in Stevensville. Stevensville. It's in Maryland. Okay. They got cams right here in Stevensville, but I'm not sure. Every website's different. Stevensville, Maryland. I don't think there's anything. I think. Three. If we have anything live in Stevensville or I can't figure out how to use. Crazy because there's like so many different little states here, and you have to like learn how to use each state's live cameras. They're all different. Stevensville, Maryland. Because like each state has its own website for the street cams. Over we go. I got camera by route. I found it. What road is that in Stevensville? Map view. Figure out where exactly it is on the map now. So that's basically just east of Washington. Here it is. Okay. So it's State Route 50. 50 from DC line to I-97. Nope, that doesn't go all the way to even. It stops at Annapolis. 50 from I-97 to Ocean City. Okay. I think I got it. Okay, I got a Stevensville camera now. That gantry. It's like right along this road here. The rotation's right on top of it. This camera, I think it needs cleaned. Let's try a different one. Nothing there. Let's try this one. It's raining. It's definitely raining in Stinson. We do have a tornado warning here, though. It's probably going to be allowed to expire because it looks like most of the rotation that got warned here. Let me go back a couple scans. So, couple scans back right here. We had some pretty good rotation over Stevenson. It's kind of falling apart. What's left of the rotation is pretty much non-existent, it looks like. So we can see we don't really see anything, any kind of wind. It's a little further deeper in Stevenson here. Anything really. It's definitely raining though. This is a pretty good view. 50 east. So yeah, this is actually pointing east. This is pointing in the wrong direction. Well, I guess the storm would be directly on top of it at this point. We can look at the velocities down here. All right, so like, yeah, the storm's literally right on top of this camera now. $500 Cape in Washington, D.C. What's that? Can you link it in chat? We'll let you put the website. How you doing, Silence? Just link the website over in the. I'm using this one right here. Chart live cameras. Oh, it's an app. What's the app called? Is it on your phone or is it on a computer? I'm on PC. How you doing, Silence? I'm gonna go over. This is another camera. It's a little further over. This is 50. This one's facing west towards the storm. This camera's like right here, facing this way. By the way, if anybody's just showing up, I don't think we have any tornado threat in Stevensonville right now. Like, it is still tornado warned, but like our velocities are pretty much non-existent at this point. They're kind of, I mean, these storms are rotating, right? Don't get me wrong. These storms are definitely rotating here in Stevensville, but there's no tight rotation There looks like no threat of a tornado at the moment. If we go back a couple scans here, we did have we had a little bit of rotation back here a little bit, but it kind of phases it out. Like we had a little bit of rotation right here near Stevenson, but it's not really a threat anymore. The app's called Wendy. Is it on phone or PC though? Let me try to pull it up. Wendy.com is available for the PC. Oh, really? Key. I am getting Wendy then. I don't even have to download anything. It's just like a website. Oh, wow, this is pretty neat. It's a neat app. Wow, this is really nice. I like Wendy. So you can look at street cams on this, or? Well. This thing is awesome. I like it. I'm going to keep this open and check it out better here in a little bit. So they renewed this tornado warning here, and where is this at now? So it's no longer in Stevenson. They moved the tornado warning further up north. We can close that cam. We don't need it anymore. Let's just take a 3D view of the storm because I don't even know what their tornado warning at the moment is. It supposed to be this or this? I mean, there's just rotations everywhere, right? Let's see if we actually have a funnel inside this storm. I am just not seeing anything. I don't see any rotation inside the storm, any like tight funnels or anything. And all of our velocities are going to be up in the upper levels of the storm, it looks like. Anywhere from 20 to 30,000 feet. Let me make sure I'm on okay, I'm on this radar. Let's switch to KDOX. Maybe we can see it better from there. Still really not seeing much of a rotation. I mean, there's a little bit, but it's not very broad, it looks like. Get rid of these flash flood warning. Too much clutter. Unless maybe they're talking about this. That looks like a rotation right there. It's like there's just rotation everywhere. It's just all over the place. Little areas of rotation all around in here. Surprised they tornado warned this. Showing rotations here. That's in Crosby. They didn't even. They basically just tornado warning this little blip here and then this. They're just playing the National Weather's playing the camera game with me. They're trying to make me find a camera right here on the little Italy in America. They're trying to see if I can find a camera in the craziest places. I mean, that does look like it's rotating a little bit there, but it's so low to the ground. Take a look at a 3D view from this radar. Still not seeing it. Maybe they're talking about that. Looking a little more uptrendy on the Emirate, though. I mean, we do have rotation there. Rotation here too. On this little blip. Well, what do you think, astronomy kid? How's the weather looking to you right now? I think we're good for the night, brother. I mean, pretty much all we got is like these last little bit of storms right here and there. They're hardly rotating, but or 45. Yeah, there's no cams anywhere up where the tornado warning is right now. This latest tornado warning is like right coming down here through Rock Hall, and it's like Route 445, part of a national wildlife refuge. Yeah, we don't. All they got's the big roads. There's no cams out there. Yeah, but I think we're good, man. I think our chances of seeing a tornado at this point are extremely low. I mean, they were low a while ago. I'm gonna feel bad though if I go to bed and you get a tornado warning. Where are you at? Where are you at? Exactly, astronomy. What city? Won't be like, yeah, I'll go and shut down the stream and I'll turn it back on if we get it. We have tornado warnings right now, and it doesn't look bad, right? I mean, we do have a little bit of rotation right here. Are this tornado warning storm's heading towards you? I think you said New Jersey earlier. How far does it extend? You missed like 100 tornado warnings with nothing happening. I mean, we've had a lot of power outages. We've had a lot of windy storms and thunderstorms, but tornadoes have been very minimal. We had a couple brief spin up tornadoes down in South Carolina. I'm pretty sure we had some in Virginia too at some point. But man, we've had so many tornado warnings tonight. Which storm? You're talking about this one right here. This is the storm. So you're like in Chesterton? How many power outages? That's a good question. Let's go look. West Virginia got smoked. They got hit hard, and we didn't even look at West Virginia. 20,000 households without power in West Virginia. So northern West Virginia, as it was going up and towards Pittsburgh, they got a lot of damage out here today. Everything's just built too strong in Maryland. Ain't no power going out in Maryland. Delaware is so tiny. 4 people lost power in Delaware. Basically, yeah, the very southeastern tip of or western tip of Pennsylvania got hit by those storms that were in West Virginia. Virginia, basically, yeah, right on through here. We had some nasty storms come through Virginia. Livingston, Tennessee. That's the, yeah, here we go. We got something somewhere we can talk about in this little area. Tennessee looks amazing. You don't have a drip of water in Tennessee right now. All of our storms are all the way up here by the Capitol right now. Maryland, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Baltimore. We finally just dropped our last tornado warning. It just expired. I think we are just about tornado warning free at this point. Everything's still rotating. Like even these little tiny blips out here are rotating. It's nuts. But yeah, we ain't got no nader juice out here. Connect to Philadelphia radar. I think that's the airport radar. Okay, what's going on here in Crosby? Got a bit of rotation right here by Crosby. That was the storm that was just tornado warned right over top of here. It's starting to ramp up again. Look at this. We actually got like an S shape here. A little bit concerning looking there. They might redo this tornado warning in this area. It's heading right towards Pomona and Chestertown. That just recently picked up. Look at that. So we had a tornado warning here. And then as soon as the tornado warning expires, it uptrends. Yeah, we actually have a rotation here now. We actually have like pretty solid rotation going here near Crosby. Yeah, I got to wait longer to get a good 3D scan of this because there was really nothing going on. But yeah, this latest scan, the rotation picked up. We do have rotation pretty strong over here, top of Crosby now. Really doesn't matter to me. I mean, like I haven't seen anything really produce a tornado from a tornado warning today. Like all of our tornadoes have been unwarned and they've been like, brief spin-ups, in the front of a storm. So I mean they can tornado warn it again, but look, there's no nader juice out here, right? And there's our new tornado warning. And this is where it's at. And this is where our two velocities are connecting, like right in here. I mean, if this thing does touch the ground, it's very weak, and the velocities are very low to the ground. And it could actually be this right here. You can kind of see this whole area coming down through here and reaching down. And this one's rotating from here all the way down to here. It's kind of where we got our reds and greens touching together, right down through here and right down through here. These are, yeah, very, very weak velocities in this. The Enrod's sure picking up that rotation, I tell you what. At this point, this is looking more like a straight line gust right here at this point, because it looks like this thing's really pushing out some strong winds here. I don't know if we can even get a camera from here. So this is still Maryland right here, I believe. We're just looking at the power outage map. I think we still can probably see if we pull up a street cam for there. We have cameras along 301, I believe. But yeah, we could probably get a camera right here on 301. See a 301. I don't see 301 on this selection though. I don't think there's any cameras on 301. I mean, there might be. I don't know if that's still part of Maryland right there. 301 looks like it's in Maryland, but I don't see the routes. Like, these are all the routes I got. I mean, clearly we got 301 right here. There's a green line showing like maybe there's something here. These are the cameras we have down here, but I don't see 301 on here. Rio 1 South. Woo. That's Annapolis, Eastern Shore. E301, that's south. That's all the way down to Annapolis. You want to go all the way up to like Chesapeake City. .301's kind of far from where the storm's at. Southern MD, Eastern Shore, Annapolis. Yeah, there's no cameras over there. At least not for Maryland's. Try Delaware cams. How you doing, Joe Mama? We apologize for the inconvenience, but the camera system in Delaware is experiencing technical difficulties. On average, about 15 seconds of video is missing approximately every 45 seconds. Woo! Hey, we got a camera though, look. We got a camera at 301 here. Let's see if I can actually it won't let me do picture in picture on it. Yeah. Won't even let me put a picture in picture. And it's constantly disconnecting. So every 45 seconds it plays and then it goes loading. It's in black and white too. That's pretty cool that the camera flips sides like that. That's a ways up. Street cam's like all the way up here. Does have an S shape though. That's a little suspicious looking when it does that. Well, the Delaware Street Cam says they only work 45 seconds out of every minute. But we just don't have any street cams on 301, it seems. So like these storm this tornado warning storm's basically between Maryland and Delaware right now. And our like street cams end like right here in Maryland. Doesn't look bad though. As usual. Little pockets of rotation right in here. Is this storm past you yet, astronomy kid? Yeah, I can pull up Wendy. Let me grab Wendy. I have it open somewhere around here. Amongst I mean, this website looks cool, but I'm not sure like how do I see the actual cams? I'm literally gonna have to sit here and mess with this thing to figure out how everything works on Windy. It's a neat looking site for sure. Forecasted weather, reported wind, reported temperature, airports, webcams. Like the webcams look a little weird on this. Like I don't understand. Like it says 3 minutes ago. Does it have any live webcams or just recorded cams on this? Yeah, I just don't really understand how to use it yet. Anticipation. There's nothing to worry about, brother. You're good. Like I'm looking at these storms. I don't even know why they. I mean, I understand why they tornado warn this, right? But the fact that everybody gets amber alerts inside these tornado warnings, nobody's gonna take them serious if everybody got amber alerts for all the tornado warnings today, right? Because I said we had a bunch of boy cries wolf today. That's for sure. I mean, we had lots of valid, very concerning looking rotations, right? But I don't know if they do it everywhere, right? I don't know if they get alerts in everywhere for tornado warnings, but I know it happens in a lot of places. It happens here too. I get my last tornado warning in Cincinnati. We had amber alerts when we were. I had a tornado literally like 5 miles ago, or 5 miles south of me, like about a month ago, and I got amber alerted. It was actually upgraded though. I believe it was radar confirmed. It wasn't a PDS tornado warning, but it was a tornado warning. Well, let's see if they updated the SPC Outlook. That's supposed to happen around 9 o'clock. So yeah, this is for today. Let me hit refresh, see if it changed at all. Oh yeah, see they updated it. So they made it a much smaller. Basically, this is where a 5% chance is for tornadoes, even though we haven't seen a single one. But I mean, basically all of our tornadoes happened down in here earlier today. I mean, we may have had a brief tornado up in here that we didn't get tornado warned, but let's look at tomorrow though. I'm curious what tomorrow is going to look like now. Okay, tomorrow's still the same. We just got a 2% over in Oklahoma. So yeah, like I highly doubt we'll be streaming tomorrow unless like a tornado is on the ground in Oklahoma. I might go live for like 30 minutes if that happens. I'm probably going to shut down the stream once this tornado warning goes dead. We'll ride out this last tornado warning. We don't even have any more severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Yeah. The I don't know if tomorrow's going to get upgraded. I mean, I'll see in the morning. This is technically an early night to shut down the stream. I mean, it's only 9:51, but usually we're out Midwest, right? And it's like by the time stuff dies out in the Midwest, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning here in Ohio. So it's like still pretty early in the night for weather streaming, I would say. Because yeah, like about 9:30 our time's usually like prime time tornado weather out in the Midwest. Like we're really like stuff's going crazy right now. Usually this time of day in the Midwest. Like yeah, this thing has literally like zero chance, like 0.01% chance to produce a tornado. I think at this point. All right. Okay. Maybe a 2% chance. I mean, it's rotating a little bit down in there, right? A little tiny little thingy down in there, right? And I'll give the storm props for trying to rotate. Yeah, it's 9:52 here too. Midwest is 2 hours behind. But yeah, usually around 7:30, 7:50. That's like prime time tornado weather in out in the Midwest. And sometimes we have a tornado outbreak that goes late in the night. We've had nights where we had tornadoes going till like 1 o'clock in the morning before. It happens. Man, this has been a big, I mean, Chestertown's pretty big. I'm betting this thing's producing some winds, though. We're probably getting some winds here. I mean, all the rotation's really low to the ground, so we're probably getting some pretty good winds out here from the storm. Yeah, no, I'm surprised he didn't go live either. I thought he would at least go live for like the all the we had like 6 tornado warnings at once a couple times a day. But he's a meteorologist, so he just knew, like, he's like, yeah, I know we got all these tornado warnings, but there's no way there's going to be anything stronger than EF1 today. I mean, I knew that too, right? But I still wanted to be live because it was in such a populated area. So I mean, our 5% threat was in probably an area of like 5 million people today, maybe even more. You know, heavily populated area, maybe 30 million, maybe. You had a lot of the biggest cities in America were in the warning. Surprises me too, because max velocity will he'll stay live for a really long time, even when the tornado warnings are gone. Like, it's like once he starts to stream, he goes for like 10 hours no matter what. Here's one we can
Happy
watch.
Friday, May 30th, 2025. It's actually the 150th day of the year, and we've got a lot to talk about today. We're starting off down here in the Pacific, south and west of Mexico. We've got some tropical stuff to talk about. As you can see over here on WeatherWise, we've got Tropical Storm Alvin out there with wind gusts around 63 miles per hour. That's going to move on up towards the Baja Peninsula and make another landfall in Mexico sometime over the next few days, likely as a tropical depression, maybe between June 1st and June 3rd. Some moisture from that will make it up into New Mexico, maybe Arizona, Texas, and we'll talk a bit more about that here in just a little bit. But we have yet another area of interest over here in the Pacific with a 20% chance of forming into something over the next 7 days. So we'll be watching that. But yeah, just really interesting stuff over here in the tropics already. And it's just a reminder that we are on the verge of tropical season, even in the Atlantic. So we need to start preparing for that. But in the short term, we've got stuff to deal with today, actually. We've got severe weather over here in the southeast possible. In fact, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina today, surrounded by a very large slight risk from Florida all the way up there into Delaware and Maryland. Now, this is mostly driven by a wind threat. So we have a 30% chance of damaging winds today around Augusta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Florence, Fayetteville, Raleigh. And this is surrounded by a larger 15% chance from Baltimore all the way down to Dothan. So this is definitely going to be an interesting day of severe weather as a fast-moving line is going to come through. And the tornado threat is actually not zero. We've got a 5% probability specifically around Richmond, maybe down there towards Raleigh. This will be the area that has the best chance of seeing some spin-up tornadoes today. Maybe even a couple tornadoes that are actually a little strong if we actually have some supercells that get forming here. So we're going to be watching this very closely. Now, here's what your radar could look like today around 2 p.m. Storms will be moving into Atlanta. Storms will be moving into western portions of South Carolina and North Carolina. But notice how they're not that strong just yet. They actually won't be at their peak intensity until about 4, maybe 5 p.m., especially when these are moving into the Raleigh area down here near Columbia, South Carolina. I think that
we're having the full trifecta today. We're running a video from at least every single weather streamer today.
We have a really good chance of some of these storms producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, if not higher. And once again, if we have a couple of rogue supercells that get going here, look at this one over here near Washington, D.C., maybe around 6 p.m. Now, it's not likely that this is exactly what the radar will look like later, but if we do see something like that, those supercells will be in an environment that could cause a couple tornadoes. So we're going to be watching out for that. But the main thing here is going to be a quick-hitting line of damaging winds that moves through a lot of South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. And it does look like this will mostly be out of our hair by 10 p.m. We might have some lingering strong winds up here in southern portions of New Jersey as late as midnight, but for the most part, this will be done and over with by 10 p.m. So we're going to be watching this. We're currently in standby mode for a live stream.
Right now.
It's unlikely that we'll go live, but if things do hit the...
Look at that. It's 10 p.m. on the dot. What are the chances that we're watching Ryan Hall? And he said it's going to be over at 10 p.m. It's literally 10 p.m. when we hear that. That's nuts.
Fan, we will pull the trigger on a live stream, so make sure you're subscribed with notifications turned on. Another thing that we've got to be watching out for here is flooding. We've got a slight risk of excessive rainfall over here in my neck of the woods in eastern Kentucky, a lot of West Virginia.
By the way, he was exactly right. It's going to be over at 10 p.m. Our last tornado warning went off at like 9:59.
Virginia is included,
That's
Washington,
nuts.
D.C., the I-95 corridor up towards Philadelphia, close to New York City could be included in some of these flash flooding problems today. So make sure you guys are ready for that, especially in the mountains, the complex terrain over here in Virginia, the panhandles of West Virginia and Maryland and southern portions of Pennsylvania especially could be in trouble if we see more than 3 inches of rain today. And it does look like there's going to be a lot of places that see at least more than 2 inches of rain. Notice the purple contour. That's where more than 1.5 to 2 inches of rain is going to be possible. We see some higher amounts over here around Philadelphia where maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain will fall in a very short period of time today. So if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you're prepared for this. Now, zooming out and taking a look at the whole country, it's going to get hot today, especially in the southwest, maybe close to 110 degrees in several different locations across central California. We're going to be in the 90s across a lot of Arizona, Nevada, portions of Utah are going to be very hot. Look at all that heat spreading across Texas as we go into the day on the 31st. It's going to be pretty warm and nice, actually, well up into central portions of Canada. So
it was probably y'all bot. She probably like hacked the metaverse and like figured out the data inside the atmosphere through radiation or something, and it told her the exact time like the last tornado warning was going to end. And she told Ryan.
We've got a huge ridge over here that's building up, and that's going to allow for heat to continue to compile over here. But eventually, another trough is going to pour into the Pacific Northwest, and then eventually down over the Rockies and into the plains. That's going to lead to our next big-time severe weather maker. You can actually see that swirling low pressure that will happen as a result of this on the temperature gradient map, which is pretty unusual for June. And yeah, that's going to lead to our next big-time severe weather situation. It's also going to lead to a dramatic weather turn. Our forecasts are going to feel very different over here in the central U.S., even in the Pacific Northwest, as this much cooler shot of air comes in to replace the heat that has been building up.
Can get
and that is going to lead to some maybe significant severe weather, actually. Check this out. On June 2nd, the Cape is going to be plumb out the wazoo up here, as far north as into North and South Dakota, maybe close to 3,000 joules per kilogram up here. This is going to lead to some severe weather likely as we go into your day on Monday. And then notice what happens here as we go into Tuesday, man. We are really talking about some crazy Cape levels down here in Oklahoma, where we could exceed 4,000 joules per kilogram of convective available potential energy. This is just the fuel needed for thunderstorms, right? Sometimes we'll call this nadir juice. And if we have supercells, this will definitely be nadir juice, or some of the ingredients necessary needed for tornadoes. So we're watching this time period very closely. One of the crazy things about this setup is just how much moisture is available. Mid-60s dew points on the 2nd, all the way up there into North Dakota. And then especially as we go into Tuesday, I mean, we're just talking about some of the most prime atmosphere you'll ever see for severe weather over here in Oklahoma, even Kansas, portions of Missouri, down into Texas. We're going to have several places exceeding 75-degree dew points. So if we do get supercells here, they are going to be juicy, and they're going to be capable of producing extremely large hail and maybe even some big-time tornadoes. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center is watching these areas here on the day 4 outlook. We've got a 15% risk of severe weather from Fargo down to Pierre, and then that also includes a little bit of the panhandle of Nebraska over here. And then
day 4, so today is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So this is for, we might have tornadoes here on Monday, it looks like. Monday and Tuesday.
And probably our main event's going to be on Tuesday on the day 5 outlook here. We've got Wichita, Kansas. We've got Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, all the way down close to Abilene, Texas, under a day 5 slight risk of severe weather. This will likely be upgraded if conditions continue to be as unstable as they look right now. And then looking even farther into the future, between 6 and 10 days from now, we look for that heat to move off to the east. It's going to be much above average in the Northeast and down here in Florida.
Hey, welcome to String Big Mouth Bass. We're just basically, we had our last tornado warning expire because the threat ended at 10 o'clock because Ryan Hall said so, and we're basically watching his forecast right now for next week.
And then we're going to have that pocket of cooler air hanging out behind the storm system for a while, especially in the Rockies around Denver down to Santa Fe. Expect to be below average in the 6 to 10 day time period. And then we're going to combine that with increased moisture coming up from the Pacific mostly, and then combining with some Gulf moisture as well. This is a result of the tropical activity that's happening down there south and west of Mexico, and then also just generally having a lot of moisture coming up from the Gulf. We're going to have above average precipitation for the vast majority of the heart of the country. And once again, I want to remind everyone that you can go over to the Y'allbot channel right now and get the latest information on the weather, even if I don't go live, in real time. Tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, reports, traffic camera check-ins, anything that I do on my live streams, Y'allbot's doing it over there 24/7 on the Y'allbot channel. Go search up Y'allbot or click the link in the description here and you'll be taken over there. This is a nice free resource for anybody that needs weather information in real time. But once again, this isn't replacing me or anything. I still plan on going live if things require it, okay? I'm supposed to be speaking at a graduation today, so if I can do that, I'm going to, but we will drop everything and go live if we really need to. And also, a lot of you guys have been asking about weather radios, and the WR120s are back in stock over there on shopryanhall.com. So if you want one of these potentially life-saving devices in your home, think of it as a smoke detector, but for tornadoes, flash floods, and severe thunderstorms, right now is the time to get them. We don't know when we're going to be able to get them again from overseas. So once again, over there on shopryanhall.com, go get yourself a NOAA weather radio. And that's all the weather talk I have for you today. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
All right. What a stream today, guys. What a stream. Looks like we just
Chinese robots have taken over the moon. They've been up there for years now, exploring mysterious regions that were...
Okay, that's an interesting. What China found on the moon. I guess I gotta watch that next. Okay. So our last tornado warning was like right in this area right here, not too long ago. I just let that expire a little bit ago. Looks like there's still some cranky winds out here, but I think we're done, man. Like, there's no other rotations looming around. Everything looks pretty solid. I mean, definitely lots and lots of rain still coming tonight. Heading northeast still, but hey, man, I really appreciate everybody stopping in. And yeah, Astronomy Kid, make sure you get your Discord stuff straightened out so we can set that up soon. And I will maybe see you guys tomorrow, but definitely looks like Monday and Tuesday is going to be some action. So I'm looking forward to Monday and Tuesday. See what happens out there in the Midwest. And thanks for stopping in, everybody. I will see you next time.